The time now is 6 p.m. I call this regular meeting of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, with Trustee Suarez and Trustee Flores absent, that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. If you'll please stand and join us in a moment of silence, if you'll bow your heads for 21 seconds to honor our 21 beautiful souls. Thank you. With us this morning is Cadet Ensign Christian Gonzalez. He is the NJROTC Unit Administration Officer. Cadet Ensign Gonzalez has been a cadet since the 8th grade. Cadet Gonzalez attended Leadership Academy this past summer, where he completed all of his requirements for promotion to the officer rank he now holds. Cadet Gonzalez is a member of the Armed Drill Team, Orienteering Team, and Academic Team. Cadet Gonzalez's noticeable awards are the Distinguished Cadet Award, Exemplary Appearance Award with Bronze Star, Community Service Award with 3 Gold Stars, and the Military Order of the Purple Heart. Cadet Seaman Charlize Gonzalez is the NJROTC Unit Administration Chief. Cadet Seaman Gonzalez has also been a cadet since she was in the 8th grade. Cadet Seaman Gonzalez is on the academic team as well as the physical fitness team. Cadet Seaman Gonzalez's noticeable awards are the Distinguished Cadet for Academics, the Aptitude Award also for Academic Achievement, Community Service Award with 3 Gold Stars, the Recruiting Award with 2 Bronze Stars, and the Daughters of the American Revolution Medal. The administration office, under the leadership of these 2 cadets, has performed outstanding thus far, and this year's area manager's inspection in February should be flawless. Next item agenda, invocation will be led by Mr. Tony Grubin.
Would you pray with me, please? Our dear Heavenly Father, we do thank you for this day, and we thank you for your love, and we thank you for your grace. Lord, I thank you for each one here, and I pray that your a blessing might be upon them. Lord, I pray for this meeting and for this time, Lord, that it might bring, that those who make decisions might have wisdom, that they might have care, compassion. Lord, that you might give them foresight that they might not normally have. And so, Lord, we just ask for your hand upon them. Lord, we thank you for our schools and for our teachers and our administrators, and Lord, especially for our children. Lord, I pray that you might have your hand upon them and that you might grow them and nurture them. And Lord, as they are educated and trained, Lord, may they grow and be wonderful citizens in this community and in this world. Lord, again, I thank you for all that's being done. And Lord, we thank you for the opening of the new school today. And Lord, I pray that it went well. We thank you for the blessing of all that goes on there, and pray for your blessing upon that place. Lord, again, we thank you for loving us. Lord, we love you. And we pray these things in your precious, holy, and righteous name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you.
This moment, I'd like to remember Lexi Rubio. It would have been her birthday.
You'll join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, cadets.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Item 2, open forum. We welcome your comments on items listed on the agenda. The audience of patrons portion of the meeting is limited to 3 minutes per person and will last up to 5 minutes total. Delegations of more than 5 persons shall appoint 1 person to present their views to the board. Keep your comments in a positive manner. Please do not expect board discussion of items raised during the open forum at this meeting that are not on the agenda posted for this meeting. If comments made during the course of the public forum warrant further information, we will direct the superintendent to gather information for consideration at a later date. Our first speaker is Ms. Amanda Vargas on legacy.
Hi. Well, first I'd like to say happy heavenly birthday to Lexi. I'd like to thank the board and everybody for all the hard work that they put into the Legacy Elementary. Our 2 kiddos went today and they loved it. They were just talking about it the whole way home. I'm going to tell y'all a little part of my life that is nobody's business, but I just feel it has to be told because there's a point to be made. And so I just want y'all to hear it coming from me. 3 years ago, on May 24th, 2022, my niece was with her classmates in Mr. Reyes's classroom receiving awards with her best friend, Lexi. She left that day in hopes of seeing them later, but later never came. She lost 11 of her classmates that day and her friends next door, along with 2 wonderful teachers. Now I'm going to move fast forward to May 23rd, 2023. It was almost a year to the date from the tragedy. And my niece was hurting. I mean, she's always hurting, but that day she looked bothered more than usual. And she's not much for words. She really isn't. And so I asked her what was up, what's up? And she says, she goes, there's all this media and there's cameras. She goes, all these people to report about what's going on at Rob. And she says, and all they see is crosses. And I said, oh, what do you mean? She goes, I want them. I said I wasn't going to cry. She said, I want them to see what I see. She said, I want them to see my friends. So she tells me they're real people. They're real people. They're my friends. I want the world to see them. I said, okay, baby. That night, I stayed up till 12, printing out pictures. Those pictures you see on the crosses. And I ran out of ink. So my son, who graduated on 2022, went to one of the hotels and they printed out 2 of the pictures. That's why 2 of them were black and white. But I told her I would put them out there so the world could see what she saw, And I went into Legacy and I saw symbols, but they're not symbols, they're best friends, their daughters, their sons, nephews, nieces, grandkids, their loved ones. And when I went into Legacy, I just heard, the tree and the stems of 21 and our survivors, but there was nothing. If something's missing, it doesn't feel like home. It doesn't. And don't get me wrong, I'm so grateful. It took a lot of work and it took a lot of people to make it happen. And it's beautiful. And I know my kids are safe for going there like they did today and enjoyed it and loved it. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is remembering them, it doesn't have to be upsetting, you know? We can present them to our kiddos, to our like the future in a positive, just hope, you know? I honestly thought that this picture, I just saw that it was here, that it was in the main office. If that would be at the entrance and for our babies to welcome our little ones and say, welcome, they're welcoming them in. Put a little plaque underneath them to what they wanted to be. You know, Lexi wanted to be a lawyer. Jackie wanted to travel the world. You know, Tessie wanted to go to her sister's college. They all ask, what do you have to do to be a marine biologist like Maite? They'll want to know. My kids ask me all the time. Make it a positive thing. Put their picture there. Welcome our kids. It doesn't have to be sad. It's how we represent it to our kids, to our future. We say legacy, but in 20 years, who's going to know? Nobody. They're not going to know. Put a picture of our survivors that you can't keep going. Let them know what the school represents. If my niece was so upset to almost a year because she just saw crosses, and I stayed up until 2 a.m. Two gentlemen helped me put the pictures up that morning so the world could see that they're real people, that they're loved ones. Why can't we do that? Why can't we show our kiddos and the world that that's what it means? That's what it is. I just think we could do better. I really do. And if you want the community to heal, I think that's a start. I think we can start there. Thank y'all for hearing me out.
Our next speaker is Alexandra Wegerson, item 4 and item 8.
Good evening. I just want to talk really briefly on item 8. I think a community center is a wonderful idea. I don't know anybody in Uvalde that doesn't think we could desperately use a community center. My only comment is, and I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware, the state did budget $10 million for specifically Rob's, what it is in the future going to be and what we're going to do with it. And my only hesitation is making any decision tonight without knowing what the provisions for that money are. I think we all know that the state money always comes with stipulations, and just making sure that you guys don't bind yourselves to something that later on becomes a problem with those funds. Again, wonderful idea, super supportive, but just the timing of it, those should be out. I talked to Representative McLaughlin today, and he said those provisions should be out next month. So not like a huge difference in terms of a time frame, but just making sure that whatever you guys do tonight doesn't then become a problem with whatever the state says, like, hey, this money needs to be utilized this way or through you guys. I know that the Texas Parks and Wildlife is what the funding is going to run through, but just to make sure that whatever you guys are looking at tonight, which obviously I haven't seen, doesn't create an issue further down the line, just knowing that has happened many a time before with trying to deal with state funds. So that is my only comment. But again, think a community center is a wonderful idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 3, closed session. A closed session will be held under provisions of Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071 and 551.074. A, consultation with legal counsel regarding the filling of an amicus brief in the Texas Tribune versus DPS lawsuit. B, consultation with attorney regarding update on Robb Elementary litigation. C, consultation with attorney regarding update on Robb Elementary records release. D, consultation with attorney regarding update on the Western District Court filing regarding the Meade-Ellis consent decree. E, deliberation concerning approval of personnel employments, assignments, suspensions, and terminations. F, consultation with attorney and deliberation regarding the duties of public officers and employees regarding board and superintendent governance. The time now is 6:14. The time now is 8:55. We have reconvened from closed session for action relevant to items covered during closed session and other items listed. Superintendent Colas?
Thank you. So, A, consider and take possible action regarding update on the Western District Court filing regarding the Morales consent decree. We have our attorney who's going to come up to the podium and give a report on that. I don't believe the board is going to take any action. Uh-oh.
Thank you, Superintendent Colas and members of the board. Regarding the Morales consent decree, as the board is aware, there is a consent decree that was entered in a lawsuit back in 1982 that governs the district. At that time, the district held elections in April, not May. At that time, the board members served 3-year terms because at that time under Texas law, that was what boards across the state did. Neither of those were issues in the lawsuit. The lawsuit was really about a different issue. At that time, all 7 members of the board served at large, and the lawsuit was filed because there was a concern that having 7 at-large board members resulted in a board that at that time in the 1980s did not reflect the community. So the heart of that consent decree in 1982 was an agreement blessed by a federal judge that the district would have the structure the board has now. That while 3 board members would be at large, 2 would be from specific areas and another 2 from a different area. Since 1982, a lot has changed. One thing that has not changed is that the board wants to honor the heart of that consent decree. However, Texas law has changed. And so now the board does not have elections in April. Elections are in May. Now, board members under Texas law can serve 4-year terms, not 3-year terms. And in 2007, the board changed to 4-year terms after getting clearance from the Department of Justice, confirming that that change complied with the Voting Rights Act. And so in reviewing the 1982 consent decree, although the board wants to honor that consent decree, there are a few things in the consent decree that need to be cleaned up. Specifically, we want the judge to recognize the board now holds meetings or elections in May, not April, and recognize that under Texas state law, the board has since 2007 had 4-year terms for board members, not 3-year terms. And so at the board's direction, our law firm plans to prepare and file a motion with the court to clean up that consent decree while honoring the heart of this consent decree, bring it up to date with the board's current practice. So we anticipate that we'll have that ready and filed within the next week or 2. Are there any questions?
I think you answered them all. Thank you so much. Item B.
Oh, Attorney Campbell, you were also going to talk about the amicus brief and DPS.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent Colas and members of the board. In more recent news, much more recently than 1982, there is a lawsuit that's currently pending in one of the Texas Courts of Appeals, the 15th Court of Appeals. In that lawsuit, a number of media entities have a dispute with the Department of Public Safety about a request for records that they submitted to the department. Based on the argument that was held in front of the 15th court back in October, there's approximately 2 terabytes of information that they have withheld and the media group is seeking. Based on the public filings in that lawsuit, it is our understanding that part of that 2 terabytes of information is a video of the video surveillance at Robb Elementary on the day of the tragic shooting that was taken by DPS at the time and is in their possession, not the school district's position. At the board's direction, we prepared an amicus brief in that lawsuit, urging the court to hold that video should be released. An amicus brief is, it's called an amicus curiae brief, a friend of the court brief. It's called that just because we're not a party to that lawsuit. We are just, we have filed the brief at the board's direction to communicate that the board feels strongly that that video should be released. And there's really nothing that we can do at this point regarding that release because the video is in DPS's possession. Related to that, at the board's direction, we have also prepared a letter to the Department of Public Safety urging that they turn the video or a copy of that video surveillance back over to the district so the board can determine whether that should be released to the public. Thank you.
B, consider and take possible action concerning approval of personnel employments, assignments, suspensions, and terminations.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I make a motion that we approve the personal employments, assignments, and suspensions and terminations as presented in closed session.
Second. Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Gonzalez. Any questions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5, Superintendent's Report, Domain 1.
Thank you. High quality curriculum and effective instruction. Tonight, we have our CNI team here to present regarding the Uvalde CISD bilingual program evaluation. So I'll invite them up to the podium.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Okay.
Ms. Bettis. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to give you the bilingual program evaluation for the 24-25 school year, so you can know what went on this past school year. I have never used this clicker, so there we go. All right, so I came aboard in December 2024. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how that typo got there. And so what I was charged with was in creating a bilingual advisory committee. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit. And then also with your LPAC for your PLCs, your LPAC committee is how we assess and measure our bilingual students. So I was charged with creating that and some trainings that followed. And like you can see there, Region 20 trainings, how we're going to audit and maintain tracking our students, our bilingual students, middle of the year, end of the year training as well. The tracking system, the at-risk coding that goes with it, and then the pre-loss and lost links testing. So with that, we did an audit on the bilingual coding. And so we're still actually in the process of cleaning that up because it's due by October 31st. So we're almost there. And not only the emergent bilingual students, but also the dual language. So sometimes people get them meshed together and they're kind of two different things because dual language has your emergent bilingual students and your English proficient, your non-bilingual students. So we have to look at both things and code them correctly. So it's a lot that goes into that. And then making sure with the program and the model, which you'll see in a little bit, making sure that whatever's supposed to be taught in Spanish or English is happening with fidelity. And then just tracking all the things. I was able to track, what Spanish high school courses the kids were taking, your seniors, what performance acknowledgements they received according to graduation requirements, monitor their TELPAs, and also monitor their STAR performance, and also updated the bilingual handbook. I was very busy. Okay, so moving on. So what's so important to us in order to catch those emergent bilingual students is the home language survey. That's part of our registration anywhere in the state of Texas. And so this is where the home language, it's only administered once per enrollment into the Texas public schools. So this lets us know what language is spoken at home, and anywhere if they put Spanish, it flags us immediately. And from there, we proceed with, we need to pre-loss or loss test them depending on what grade they're in, and then and possibly LPAC as well. So this is so important for us to have, and it's so important that it's filled out correctly. So it was a huge component when we were doing our registration and ongoing throughout the year too. So here's some data to look and compare. So with the 24-25 school year in that gray area, you can see in blue how many were our emergent bilingual students, how many students we had compared to the whole as a district. And then I also wanted to look at how many of those emergent bilingual students are special ed, because we don't want to over-identify them, because we want to make sure it is truly a language and not an academic barrier. So we have to be very careful with that. And then also wanted to know how many languages are spoken. So in 24-25, that's all that data on that gray side. And then on the white side, you can see what we've tracked so far when I created this PowerPoint, maybe about two and a half weeks ago. So just to kind of see where we're at and what's fluctuating a little bit there. This is also your campus information. This is probably fluctuated a little bit too, because kids come and go. So this is what it looked like in 24-25. How many emergent bilingual students were at the campuses, and how many we have at the 25-26, and we're going to continue to monitor that. We've had some that have wanted to go on to the new school. So I know UDLA numbers come down a little bit, but it does fluctuate back and forth. So this is always ongoing data. So our students that are emergent bilingual students, not only do they take the STAR test if it's applicable, but also they have to take the TELPA score test. So this measures in their listening, speaking, reading, and writing how the students are progressing as they emerge into the English, from their Spanish or their Filipino, whatever language they're speaking, into English. So you'll see 24 data and then 25 data and just how the students are doing. There's a little key to the side. And so that advanced high, that real dark purple, is where we want to hit at. So if our students are hitting at that dark purple advanced high, they're great. That's where we want them, because we want to start exiting the students. So this is live data, and it's given every March, late March. Oh, here's some more fun data too. All right. So this data right here will tell you, again, 24-25, how the kids did in every grade level, every subject, and if it was English or Spanish, approaches, meets, or masters. And then I even try to color code it from, like, the purple is 24 approaches to the 25 approaches. If we went down, it's going to be colored red. If it went up, it's going to be coded green. So you can just kind of see some progress there, and we'll continue to monitor that. And then also, what can we do to support that? So you're going to see, I see a lot more red in the lower levels, and it could be, maybe the curriculum or just an array of things. Kids or students sometimes just go back and forth a lot. Some of them happen to be migrant. Here is where you're going to get the secondary, the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and you can see some growth there. Maybe their English development is advancing more, so they're producing, and maybe their instructional activities or strategies as well. So it was good to see some of that green pop up there. And then also with your high school, your EOCs, end of course exams, or your STAR test for high school. So it was just good and interesting data to track, and we just want the trend to keep going up and get more of that green. This was really fun for me to do. When the TELPA scores came in, I told the LPAC administrators for the campus, hey guys, these are the kids that scored advanced high. And you can see that first column, hey, they scored the middle column, they scored advanced high. These are ones we're looking at to reclassify. So to reclassify, you have to score advanced high. And on your STAR test, you have to get approaches, meets, or masters. So I was really excited, like, hey, I gave them names of kiddos. These are the kids we're looking out for. And also to reclassify, you have to there's a teacher form that has to be filled out from TEA saying that the teacher agrees that they feel in their best, that it's best for them to be reclassified. So TELPAs came in first, STAR test came in a little bit later. So we waited a while. And once we got the STAR test, we're like, hey, here is the one officially that can be reclassified pending that teacher teacher part, that teacher form that needs to be filled out. The one in Dalton, that one is a DELPA score, and Dalton, since they don't take STAR tests, I have to test them in Iowa. And so poor little kid, we were so close, but we didn't make it. But that was interesting because that was the first time I had tested Iowa. So that was really, really neat to be part of that experience for them. So I really liked tracking that data and just helping the administrators do that for them and just let me know who needs to be reclassified. And so again, when I was taking off in December, I had some January training when I for the LPAC administrators, your language proficiency assessment committee. And so what we did is we went and looked at folders. We did they're called yellow folders and they're CUNE folders, and we did a folder audit. What do we want it to look on the left side? We went through it all. What do we want to look on the right side? What documentation needs to be there? We need to have a checklist. And so we audited it. And then we also were talking about getting ready for the middle of the year LPACing, which means STAR and TELPA's assessments and accommodations, what is allowable and what is not, because they're getting ready to take their STAR test. So that was our Region 20 came and presented that, and they did a wonderful job. And the LPAC team was just so amazing. So in progression, then the Bilingual Advisory Committee happened after that. And these are the three meetings that we have with their agendas and stuff that we wanted to make, items that we wanted to make sure that we covered. And so you can see a lot of it was teaching the component of what is a bilingual program, what is it supposed to be, how are we doing, and what do we do to make it better, and how do we support those students to make sure they're not falling through the cracks and we are measuring them and have eyes on them. So these are the three different meetings that we had, and had a great time with that too. That was a first. And this beautiful model evolved throughout the three meetings, because we talked about pieces, what needs to be taught in Spanish, what needs to be taught in English, and we had to follow those percentages, because those percentages were agreed upon when UDLA, the dual language program first was created. So we had to make sure we stay within those percentages. And so a lot of discussions, they challenged me. I went back, drafted, came back again. So loved that pieces. And we just really wanted to make it real specific, so they knew exactly how many minutes were spent in each of the subjects, whether it's be Spanish or English, and then also what curriculum we were going to use. And so this is what we used. And it was a really interesting process. So I really thank them for that too. And then as we proceeded throughout the year, in March, we had another training for the end of the year. And how do we reclassify? Again, doing folder audits, making sure that they send reports to parents. We had some content-based language instruction training. So what instructional strategies work best for our students that are research-based, to make sure that we're bridging that language barrier that's there, because we want to make sure we level out the playing field. So they had that, and with that content-based or CBLI training, our instructional coaches were invited, our academic deans, and of course your LPEC administrators. So I want to continue with that, and hopefully get invited some ICPOCs so I can push that a little bit more and help support that content-based training. And this year, in August, I had our first LPAC PLC. We did our annual training that by law we have to do, and we did all the slides, and then they were going to take it back to the campus and train their campus team. And then we talked about how to do the beginning of the year LPACing and make sure it's structured, what forms they need, and update their spreadsheets. In September, I circled back again, checked on the LPAC admin. How can I help you? What do you need? Just making sure that we're providing that support. And then you're going to see January, March, and April. Those are some future LPAC PLCs that are coming up. I'm still going to check on my people, but those are some future LPAC meetings that are coming up. And they've been very supportive and wanting to learn. And I love that piece, because it softens my heart that they want to learn all the things so quickly. So what my targets are for this year is definitely cleaning up the bilingual coding. So we're doing a really good job on that. We've had some training. Loretta's helped set up some training with Region 12, yes. And so we're on the right track of coding the bilingual students and the dual language students and the bilingual dual language students correctly. We're going to keep hitting on those LPAC PLCs and me also circling back to check on the people, making sure that program and model is implemented with fidelity, and then any other thing that may arise as well. And that would be all. Any questions? No? All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the purpose is you're trying to transition them out? Is that what you're trying to do in Wallace and high school?
So eventually we want to do that, but it's through the gauge of everything. So yes, like how they do it in the classroom, on their telepas, on their stars. So our goal is to like, by the time they come a senior, our goal is to say, hey, you know what, now we're monitoring you. And that's another thing we did too. I forgot to put that. Some coding that we put in was whenever you are reclassified, because you've done well in the classroom, your Telpa scores are high and your star scores meets the approaches, meets and masters, we monitor you for 2 years. The law says we have to do that. So with Loretta and Lorena's help, we were able to put that coding into Skyward where it has a 1 or a 2. So now, because the LEP or the bilingual status comes off, so I still wanted the visuals for teachers to see if it's an M1, your first year monitor or second. I want the visuals. I want people to know everything about the kiddos. So we implemented that so they can know, oh, it's a first year monitor. So if they're struggling for any reason, we might need to go back to LPAC to support them. But that is our goal, is to help them progress as they learn the English language and to get them proficient to where we can exit them. Correct.
And from the bilingual program, so which what Ms. Tubbs is talking about is the EE status, so it was
Yes.
just bilingual. We want to reclassify them, but we do have the program K through 12.
Yes.
To make sure that if they want to stay in the language program, we're able to support them K through 12 to get the bilingual.
And they do, and most of them do, because again, we want to earn that performance acknowledgement. That's our goal, is to get that performance acknowledgement, that seal that goes on the biliteracy, bilingual on their transcript. So that's our goal for them. That's an accolade that they get. So that's the beauty of continuing with the dual language program from early on to now. Yes, ma'am.
And the committee, was that all teachers? Is that?
It was a mixture of teachers, parents, board member. And so it was kind of small. It was my first. So I kind of want to circle back with that again, maybe in the spring with the bilingual advisory, and reach principal was there too. So reach out, maybe expanding it, because the more input, and how do we teach the community to know about this and to ask, or, ask me a question if you have anything about the bilingual program. So how do we advocate for that, and then be that face for it too? So yes.
What was some of the things that they identified that they needed help with?
Definitely like the instructional strategies. So that was good, because I said that's coming along. It was perfect, because right in the middle of our bilingual advisory, we were having that professional development. Region 20 provided that CBLI training to help with those instructional strategies, still also balancing the Spanish and the English. So they kept saying, well, this subject's in Spanish and then it goes English and the following year goes Spanish. So they didn't like the wishy-washy of it. So we sat down and like, okay, how can we kind of make it consistent? Because we don't want to confuse the children. So that was our biggest component. And then what we were going to commit to in Spanish and what for instruction, and what we were going to commit to in English and instruction.
So that's the strategy, and how to meet their needs is to
Correct.
kind of change what the guidelines are, what you're testing on. Is that what it is?
It's not just testing, it's providing in the classroom too. So sometimes it's, a word wall, sometimes it can be even peer tutor. So there's a plethora of strategies that we can use. And that's what I want to keep giving them. A lot of them they're doing, they just don't know what they're doing, and how it's not only best for your bilingual kids, but for all kids, your SPED kids, like it's best practice. But sometimes that pedagogy of teachers that are new, they need help with that as well. Or, so how can we continue to help and support and give them those strategies? Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all go to the classroom and help them?
So in the last year, when I was able to do some walkthroughs and all that, this year I haven't yet. I'm hoping now after October 31st, once at-risk coding, because I'm hoping counselors do at-risk coding and all the things. So I'm so excited about November. I want to get back into classrooms. I spoke with UDLA last week to their instructional coach, their principal, and their AP about the model, making sure we know what the model is. Everybody else knows what the model is. I'm going back on Wednesday again. So just now I'm able to be more of that presence. It's just the coding took so much because we code everything, the migrant, the homeless, the teen pregnancy, like the bilingual, the dual language. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I learned a lot about coding too.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
so much for that presentation.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And whatever I can do, let me know, guys, if I can update y'all with anything as well too.
Yeah, being a product of, what you're talking about, yeah, I truly appreciate you.
Yes, yes. And I think it's important for y'all guys to be part of it because the lingo's there, but also you understand the whole process of what it is and what our ultimate goal is. And so just helping them transition the students, bottom line. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Pettis. Okay, next under domain 1, high quality curriculum and effective instruction. We have an item of information on the UCISD Gifted and Talented Program in Advanced Academics. We have Ms. Alicia and Ms. JT.
All right. I don't know how to use this. You know what button to push? We'll figure it out. Good evening. Everybody, my name is Alicia Menchaca, and I'm gonna chat with you about our gifted and talented program and some of the other enrichment things that we do here in Uvalde. So when talking about GT, I always start with the Texas State Plan for the education of gifted and talented students. It is our guidebook for how to run a program and how to evaluate our program. It says that there's 5 main components, but there's actually 6. They're all listed there, but I typed 5. But so we look at fidelity of services, student identification, design, curriculum and instruction, and professional learning, and then family and community involvement. So the next couple of slides is just a kind of a brief example of some of the things that we do per component, and then how we evaluate and sort of develop our goals for the future. So one of the things that I always talk to the school board, talk to everyone about is identification, because student identification for GT can be a community event, right? We take referrals for students from community members, teachers, or parents for all students K through 12, as long as they are observed by that individual that they show potential for performing at a higher level than their age grouped peers. So the referral process is all done online, and it's open year round for anyone to complete. But we only have one testing window per year, and that happens in January. So I do kind of pause referrals in December, and I collect them and develop the January assessment window. But anyone that is referred after that time, they get kind of put into the next testing window. So they're not lost. They just have a pause because I've got to develop the January schedule. And then we also do some screening for our students to help with early identification for GT. So we screen all of our kindergarten students and a good portion of our 2nd grade students. And screening actually started today at Dalton. And I had 2 kindergarten classes at once that I was trying to screen. So it was a little crazy. It was super fun. There was like 40 kindergartners with their little iPads. So that process for all of those students in kindergarten and 2nd grade, it takes about a month. The windows from today until Thanksgiving. And then anybody that bubbles up from there will join the rest of the referral students for their official testing in January. And then we have a committee of teachers and individuals that reviews their profiles, and we should have official recommendations and services starting by March 1st. So the identification and assessment process is one of the bigger things that we usually focus on and talk to, so that people kind of understand what that looks like. But the referrals are online in English and in Spanish, and they're available, and all of our front offices are able to assist with completing those forms should anybody have issues. And then another focus that we always look at is like professional learning, because there is a policy tied to professional learning and providing services for our gifted students. So we work really hard to identify what teachers are providing services, and if they have their hours, and if they're following the district protocol. When I first came into GT, we did not have like, to be honest, we did not have a big monitoring protocol for GT. So now I get to be the big bad guy saying, hey, you need your hours. Hey, where are they at? Have you downloaded them? Have you put them in Eduphoria? That's my job. So we're doing really well getting ourselves into compliance with the students that are being provided services there. And then always family engagement. We try to have GT showcases annually. And the last couple of years, we've kind of moved towards a digital showcase. So I'm hoping this year we kind of move back to an in-person, some type of family engaging event. But based on our program evaluation, our main goals, again, are to increase identification overall. If you're looking at our identification rates, like the state recommends that we have about 10% of our population identified for GT, and we're a little below that. Looking at the identification numbers by grade levels, you can see that the lower grade levels have a lesser percentage. And I think that that's when I kind of came in and started overseeing identification and assessment. I don't want to say that I raised the norm, like the standards so high, but I was looking at national norms and really putting our kids that were meeting those national norms. And now I'm starting to look at, okay, locally, where are our students at? And I can compare them to national norms, but I also want to look at taking that top percent of the students that we have locally because they're performing top, again, to their peers in their age or environment. And so really it's that environmental piece that I think I was missing prior when I was identifying. So I want to really increase the identification through revised like data practices, and then looking at the service design for curriculum and instruction, helping provide those teachers the GT trainings. Because we do not do pull-out services. All of their services for gifted and talented occur within their main classroom, their core content areas. So as the teachers learn the HQIM and shore up that tier 1 instruction, how are we able to provide enrichment for those students that are needing it? So looking at providing them with specific, sort of similar to what Ms. Pettis said, for her students, what instructional strategies can we implement specifically for gifted students within their classroom? So, and then strengthen services ongoing across the board. Each campus looks a little slightly different. So managing fidelity of services at each campus can be challenging, but by and large, it's all sort of the same. They're full-time inclusion, they're receiving their services. So that's gifted and talented. Before I move on to STEM, does anyone have any questions?
Do gifted and talented teachers get a stipend?
No, so they do not get stipends. It's just part of sort of their regular duties, I would say, but no, they do not get stipends. We have a committee that we started building, so we're trying to get some GT teacher leaders. Ideally, I would love because those are going to be my identification committee. They're going to be supporting the other teachers on their campus with those instructional strategies. Ideally, I would love to get them a stipend, the ones that are working on my committees at the campus level. That would be, at least those guys, super helpful.
You know why y'all are not doing the pullout anymore?
So it's just, well, it's not like it's, I would say if we're talking about ability to provide services and like all of, I don't know how to say it, but it's very difficult we don't have the funding, I guess, to facilitate a teacher. When I was doing the pullout and also running the program, and that's before STEM and other enrichment things kind of came on, but you're running 5 different campuses, a pullout program across the district, right? So it was quite a bit. I was at a different campus every day and I was having to kind of finagle in there with them. And so I think it is just that, the time and the space and the management of that particular like service model. And so if we are able to put it in the classroom and then just shore up that tier 1 instruction and then help provide the services there for the students, then they're already at where they need to be. And then they're not missing some other things. Because when I pulled them, by and large, I was pulling them from enrichment classes so they might miss STEM if they were coming to my class, or they might miss PE. And we always had to be careful about our minutes there. But a lot of the students didn't love that part either because they were being pulled from something super fun. Not that GT wasn't fun. I'm fun. Okay. I'm fun. But I think that is what it is just really managing like the program overall, and some of the other things like funding a GT teacher can be tough.
So how do you just verify that the teachers are actually doing the GT?
So we have the GT committees this year at the campus level. We're looking at some of the portfolio items. So all of our GT students have digital portfolios that we have established, and teachers work with the students to put artifacts of their learning into those portfolios. So with that, the committees will be looking at the artifacts, and we're going to be kind of looking at them against a rubric and seeing if they are showing those like high level or foundational skills that we want to see in a GT learner. And then like as part of the progression, and we haven't gotten there yet because this is the first time we've had campus level committees, but potentially adding like doing walkthroughs on teachers and asking, are they doing that differentiated instruction, or for their students, what that looks like. And so we will get there, but as of right now, we're just evaluating the artifacts that they're putting into their portfolios.
Thank you.
So for those hours of training, the 30 hours and the 6-hour updates, when do they do those? On Fridays?
So yeah, actually, so we have a partnership with Region 20 for GT trainings. And so they are able to attend any of the GT trainings that Region 20 offers, whether it's in person, on a Zoom, or like an asynchronous course. They have all of those options available to them. And then, yes, we do get 5 in-district days with Region 20 where we work together with them, and they will come provide on-site training. They are scheduled on the Fridays, and that'll be the first time that we've done that, obviously, because it's the first time we've had our modified schedule. Previously, we would do them on like Saturdays, and we would get like, I'd get maybe 10 people registered and maybe 5 people would show up because it was on a Saturday. But on Friday, we actually had 25 teachers show up. It was amazing. I had to grab another table and grab more chairs, and I was so thankful that it worked. I think they will come. They're willing to come. I think it's just within the day that they're already going to be here. And so we had a really, really productive training where we discussed, I think Friday was discourse in a GT classroom. So how do you enhance communication with your GT students? And I know a lot of our teachers really found it helpful. And especially we had a couple of first or second year teachers that may have not gone through this training yet. So we have the rest of them are going to be in the spring semester, and the model is also flexible. So they get 3 hours for attending because it's just in the morning. And then they have like a take home piece that they can get their full 6 hours. Because once you get your 30 hours, then you have to get annual updates. It has to be specific to the day of the training. It's very finicky, the training. And so having to explain that to teachers also was a big piece, like letting them know, hey, this is where you're at. This is what day you need. Because day 1 is not the same as day 5.
And that showcase, is that like an event you go to?
Yeah, so in the past, whenever I was doing the showcase, where I was doing pull out, as Ms. Munoz was saying, we would do a project and they would build or do something with that project, and we would have campus level showcases. So just in the cafeteria, the parents and the families and staff could come see what the students worked on throughout the year in pull out. And so the showcases, like I said, because we don't have specific projects that we're like asking teachers with GT students to implement, they're just adapting the instruction within their HQIM. I would like to have an in-person showcase again. They do have their digital portfolios that we showcase because the artifacts live there and their parents are able to access them. But I would love to see what I could do as far as a virtual showcase. I'm thinking like having the students present their portfolio, because even that presentation and communication piece is really, really big for our GT students.
The Texas state plan, it does say that they have to have the 4 curricular, so we have to actually embed it in
Across.
So just the pull-out services alone would not satisfy the Texas state plan.
Yeah, and this is we did the pull-out as more of like an extra piece, but thank you. And so, yeah, okay, more questions?
Thank you.
Yay. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about STEM before I let JT go, okay? Because more and more things keep coming along. So I also oversee STEM learning across the district, and by golly, we got a lot of it happening. So We have, overall, many of the campuses have enrichment rotations where they implement what we have is the project lead the way. It's a project-based learning curriculum. And I help facilitate the implementation with that. Some of our campuses have year-long classes. We're thinking MJH, our sixth grade students have year-long STEM classes. So I work closely with those teachers and developing their projects and the problem-based learning that they're doing. And then if you're looking towards like Legacy and Batesville ALA, we're really implementing a full STEM instructional framework. Yeah, and really, I'm super excited about the STEM instructional framework because what it does is it roots in the STEM fluency skills, which are those 21st century skills that students need to know. And truly, if we are implementing that instructional framework, the 5E model, the STEM fluency skills, and having the like project-based learning, then we will be supporting our GT students like just by implementing that because of the practices and the engineering design process where students like think, create, test, and then they're able to, okay, well, that didn't work. I'm going to reiterate and I'm going to retry. That in and of itself is those 21st century skills that we want to see in our GT learners. So I'm super excited for implementing that STEM instructional framework across the district. It's a different way of instructing and a different mindset because really you are thinking just as much about what you're teaching them as like how you're making sure that they're communicating effectively, how you're making sure that they're managing their time effectively. So each of those STEM fluency skills is thought about when you're planning for instruction. And so that the hard part is measuring whether or not these students have achieved their STEM fluency skills. So that gets a little trickier and we're working through what that'll look like. But how do we know when a student has mastered their verbal communication? And how do we know that a student has mastered like their creativity or their critical thinking, their adaptability, their resilience? It's a little harder to measure, but we're going to work on that. And then final thing before I'll let y'all go is a little bit about academic UIL. These numbers are from last year's participation. So last year we had around 120 students from second grade through 12th grade across various academic events and one act play. Of those students, we did have 25 students that placed in the top or received best alternate in their events at the district competition. And so just like the STEM fluency skills, participation in academic UILs builds confidence, teamwork, and academic pride. So big goal is to kind of continue and grow the academic UIL participation. I know the junior high is doing a really, really great job of recruiting and starting practices. And then the high school as well. The junior high meet season is in here in the fall and high school is more in the spring. So you'll start seeing some high school recruitment happening shortly. But the junior high, their meet date is December 5th. So they're recruiting and starting, I think they started practices this week and then they will be working through that. So that is academic UIL. Do we have any questions about STEM or UIL?
What grades are you offering STEM to?
So it depends on the campus. Every campus has a little bit of a different STEM implementation model. By and large, Dalton, UDLA, and Legacy all have a STEM enrichment rotation. So those students will visit their STEM teacher at least once a week. Some are on a separate enrichment rotation schedule. Some is sharing time with a little bit of science instruction, but it's built in. And then, so that's pre-K all the way to, I think, and then sixth grade at the junior high is STEM explicit instruction. And then, like I said, looking at Batesville ALA and Legacy, they have STEM instructional frameworks based in the project-based learning. So that STEM instruction will kind of bleed out across into the core content areas.
So so from pre-K to like sixth grade, they should have some STEM in
Some
there,
form of STEM. Mhm.
like weekly, or is that daily, or is that?
Yeah, weekly at least. Yeah, weekly at least. And then, like I said, it just kind of flows after that. Because there are some CTE courses and things like that that are like STEM, tangential to STEM past sixth grade. So, but foundationally, yeah, anywhere between pre-K and sixth grade, they should have STEM at least at one point during the week. Yep. All right. Good. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yay, thank you guys very, yes, no.
Okay.
So those of you that may not know me, I'm Jennifer Torres, CCMR Director. You will hear JT a lot. That is also me. So I'm going to talk a little bit about dual credit opportunities, ECHS, P-TECH, those kind of things. So for dual credit opportunities, some of the earning college credits at the high school. Currently, we have an associate's degree for general studies. We also offer a level 1 certificate with the college, partnering with the college, Southwest Texas College, with welding, automotive, and business. And we're looking in our planning year, this is our year, P-TECH planning year, I'll get to that in a minute, but we are looking at adding an educational pathway for growing our own, right? Growing our teachers, et cetera. So we're working on that and becoming dual credit. We have it in our CTE program, but it's not linked to dual credit yet. And that's one of the things that we're trying to add, okay? So P-TECH stands for Pathway in Technology in Early College High School, and that's kind of the direction that we're shifting. We're doing a transition. And so this year is the launch. It's what we call our planning year. And so last year around this time, I had to fill out an application and for both ECHS and P-TECH, because both of those are supported through TEA. And with that, this became the planning year. And so I have monthly meetings with the leadership team, quarterly meetings with advisory and stakeholders, et cetera, as we kind of look at what we want to develop for our P-TECH. And so what I usually tell people is as we shift, because we are transitioning from ECHS to P-TECH, that does not mean that our ECHS students lose anything. That doesn't. It means that they're going to be having a new title, right? So, you know, my maiden name's Armstrong. When I got married, it's Torres now, right? So same person, I'm just shifting a title. So ECHS will be embedded under P-TECH as an academic pathway or associate's degree pathway. So as we're kind of transitioning, what P-TECH does is focus a lot of on our CTE programs and how we can offer more level 1 certifications. Maybe there's some more associate's degrees instead of just general studies, looking at applied sciences degrees, this, whatever. So what we're trying to do is branch out and open more opportunities for students to add more associate's degrees or more certifications. One of the things, the difference between ECHS and P-TECH is ECHS has 5 benchmarks, P-TECH has 6, and we add a component of the 6th benchmark with P-TECH with this work-based learning. So working with businesses right now, we do with the hospital in regards to some job shadowing that we have. But as we increase our business partners, what we're looking for is more job shadowing opportunities, mentorships, internships, maybe some guarantee for our students to have opportunities to interview, not guaranteed a job, but guaranteed an interview. So these are some things that I'll continue to work on and the team will work on with our partnerships. And the first cohort that we hope to enroll is for our 8th graders right now, enrolling into 9th grade. So those are the kind of things that we're working on. Again, it's the planning year, so we don't have all of this set up, but these are the conversations that we are continuing having. I have a tracker that we're trying to meet all these deadlines and check the boxes as we kind of move forward. We do have and continue to have advanced placement, which is the opportunities for students. This is not dual credit, but these are advanced placement courses that can earn a student college credit, but it's not the same thing as dual credit. And so we do have AP classes, English AP classes, history, those kind of things. So we still are offering that challenging curriculum. And so some of our students can enroll in those classes. So, well, when I did these numbers, we were looking at ECHS to 267 students, and I don't know why 12th grade got cut off. So, and of course, it's not going to show here either. Sorry. So I don't know how 12th grade got cut off, but I was just trying to give you kind of a synopsis of how many students were in each grade level, whether they were in ECHS and AP. And an AP student could be an ECHS student, don't get me wrong. Like, we have a lot of crossover with our students. It was just kind of a breaking down for the student enrollment in regards to that. As I kind of look at CCMR across the board, K through 12, the team, when we sit down and we look at it, is how we can make sure that we're offering opportunities all the way through, right? Like, because we start having those conversations when kids are little. I don't know about with yous, but you know, when mine were little, they're grown now. Listen, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know, kind of stuff. And so that starts early on. And so we're looking at adding presentations at the elementary level, maybe some career fairs. We want to have some of the CTE students or the high school students go down to the elementary schools, maybe having some of the middle school come to the high school campus to see some of those courses and those kind of things. Again, it's building the interest, et cetera, as we kind of look, because we're still asking those questions, right? UIL is part of that, because you look at college, you look at advanced academics. NEHS is the it's the elementary. What is it? Why did my brain? Thank you. My brain went completely blank. The National Elementary Honor Society, because at middle school you have NJHS, which is the National Juniors Honor Society. So in middle school, we do have career explorations, which is a 7th grade course. In that course, they go through what's called a career inventory. That's something they have to go through, but it kind of gives them an idea of like, what are you good at? Like, what do you like to do? Do you like to work with your hands? Do you want to just work with computers? Like, there's a variety of questions, but it kind of starts to help them pinpoint what they may want to take when they're in high school. So it's just a career inventory. We did add this year, we have some high school courses. At the middle school, we have art, we have principles of ag, we have principles of business. Did I catch them all? Principles business, principles ag, Spanish, junior ROTC, which is now a CTE course, Algebra 1, thank you. And so we have some opportunities for more students for advancement there. High school, we have ECHS this year. Again, next year it'll just be PTech. But we have PTech, we have AP, which is Advanced Placement. DC is dual credit, junior ROTC. Like I said, this year is the first year we've been allowing, we've been allowing it. TEA allows us to mark that as CTE courses also, and we do have our CTE courses. We have 8 current programs of studies that we're offering right now. With ECHS. So ECHS has been in the district for a while. I couldn't tell you for how long. I've just been dealing with it for about 1.5 years now. And we were in needs of improvement. So we've been identified needs of improvement. There are what we call outcome-based measures. So it's an accountability piece that's not STAR, but this is how we are being held accountable in regards to this particular program. And if we do not meet the requirements of this, then they put us in needs improvement. Okay. So there's 3 areas of outcome-based measures, which is access, achievement, and attainment. So I'm kind of going to go over those, and I'm going to show you what we earned this past year. So access. We must meet targets on at-risk students and economically disadvantaged, and we did not meet these. And you'll notice that the first column is the measure. The campus rate is the second column. Third rate is the district rate. The criteria is in the 4th column, and then it'll say yes or no or NA on the last column, okay? We have to meet at-risk and economic disadvantage in this access. So if we don't meet access, which we did not meet, then it's needs of improvement. They can look at the attainment and the achievement and the other ones, even if we met in those, if we don't meet access, we don't meet the criteria, okay? So just know that. So at-risk is interesting because access, I was talking with one of the CCMR or CCSRM coaches, trying to make sure that I understood how they got this data, because some of it lags and some of it does not. Okay. So this particular data, which you're looking at risk, it's grade 9 only, and it's the only piece that's only grade 9. Everything else you'll see 9 through 12, but this one is grade 9. And these are only students who have been identified in early college high school. So what they do is they look at the district rate of 9 through 12, grades 9 through 12 that are at risk. And to meet the access for that one, we have to have in 9th grade no more than 25 points under district. So for example, if we had 100 kids in district, we have to have at least 25 that are in ECHS meet that criteria. That makes sense. And it's current year. So like these ninth graders were ninth graders last year, but when we look at our achievement and our attainment data, it's going to be lagging. So it's not necessarily the same kids all the time. It's really kind of fun. It's really kind of interesting. And then the eco dis. And so you can see that we missed both of those designation areas. When I go back and I kind of look at some of that data, some of that is coding. I too am learning lots and lots and lots about coding. As we sit down and see where we're making the errors, right? Because some of it is we can check it here in this box and it does one thing, but we really should be checking it here in this box or both. And so we're learning those things. And I'm using Career Craft this year to help track this much more effectively. So that's access. Achievement we met. So we have to meet at least 3 of the targets, and you'll see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 targets. We have to meet at least 3, and we met 1, 2, 3, 4 out of these. And so again, you'll see the measure, you'll see the campus rate, the district rate, the criteria that we actually have to meet them, and whether we met that criteria or not. And then the last one is attainment. We have to meet at least 3 of those. We've met 2 of those, and so this is another area that we can really kind of look at and improve. Again, these are ECHS students, and some of these, those campus rates should be higher. And so those are the kind of things that we're having conversations of, because when we shift from ECHS to PTech, some of these OBMs are going to be the same. Some of the percentages are different. Like, so it may say 30%. I'm just taking the first one and I'm using an example. I'm not quoting from the blue book because I didn't bring the blue book with me. But when you're looking at 30% for PTech, it may say 35% or it may say 25%. So we're looking at percentages, but yet a lot of the measures are the same. The difference will also be, again, don't forget with PTech, we will have an additional measure of work-based learning. So we'll be tracking those kind of opportunities for students also. So with that, with ECHS being in the improvement needed process, I sat through a webinar in regards to what we have to do now that we've had this status, right? That we're looking at that. And so these are the things that we have to go through. We will be needs of improvement for up to 3 years. In 2 years, if our data shows that we've improved, we can get out of it, but it's at a minimum of 2 years. Why? Because there's lagging data, right? So it's not a 1-year fix because of the lagging data. And so then there's targeted, individualized, OBM-driven coaching. I've already had my fall visit. And I'll talk about that in just a second. And we will also have a spring visit, and we have an OBM, which is again outcomes-based measure action plan, where we have to develop this plan. So meeting with my coach, because this was just last week, meeting with the coach that's coming to support us, I asked the question, since we are transitioning from ECHS to PTech, what does that mean for us, right? Because we won't have data. We'll have some data this year, but next year, because we'll be in PTech, sorry, I'll stop moving away from the microphone. Because we'll be in PTech, it's going to look a little different. So we won't have ECHS data because all of those students are going to be coded in 07, which is PTech. So she is following up with TEA to see how much of this that I have up on the screen we'll actually be doing since we're transitioning to PTech, if that makes sense. So she was not able to give me a clear answer on whether or not we're actually going to go through all of that. Since next year we will not be ECHS, we will be PTech, if that makes sense. So questions? I know that was a lot of information.
I do have questions.
Absolutely.
So the students that are in early college right now, what happens to them and all of their credits that they have?
Everything transfers over.
Like transfers over.
Absolutely everything transfers
So the
over.
student will not be
Lose a doggone thing.
Okay, so it's just a change of a name.
It is completely a change in name of a label. There will be an addition. Okay. So because we have with P-TECH, there's work-based learning. So what we've been talking about too is how we can provide more work-based opportunities for those particular students. So let's take, for example, let's look at our BOT program, right? Our students who are in the business program. And so those students will be labeled as P-TECH, and any of those students are early college, high school. So what kind of opportunities can I provide for them to have that job shadowing? What can I do for possible mentorships, internships? So I've been working with the hospital, and so those conversations have started. So it's an addition to helping them provide some more opportunities to connect with outside businesses, et cetera, but it's not going to take anything away from them.
Will it, they'll lose the opportunity of graduating with a degree?
Nope.
So then it's just added like workforce experience? Is that what you're saying? So then when do they do that workforce experience?
Well, it depends on, like, for the best example I can do is this job shadowing that we did with the health science that we're continuing on. So what I do is work with the hospital, work with the teacher, and then we provide opportunities within the school day, within the school year. It could be 2 or 3 opportunities. It could be, if I've never done a mentorship, right? I've done the job shadowing. That's the stuff I've been able to set up. So all of those conversations as I work with business partners are going to start happening so that we can develop that. But that's in a partnership with the business industry people, so that I know, okay, what can you do? What can we do? What do you need us to do? Those kind of things. So it's just providing opportunities, but it's not necessarily a daily thing. It could be if there's a mentorship or internship eventually. Like, I think that the opportunities are endless. We're just starting to tap into what that could be.
And the data that's collected, you mentioned at risk, economically disadvantaged, and it sounds like, what years was this collected, this data? And it sounds like maybe it's not accurate data. Is that what I'm hearing? That
it's not that it's not accurate data, but I believe that there are some errors that we've needed to, like, when you're looking at risk, these particular 9th graders with the data that I've given you, these students are now sophomores. Okay. This year, when they collect ECHS data, which we have to do for the snapshot date, which is coming October 31st, it's going to be this year's 9th graders for at risk only. Okay. Economically disadvantaged is this year. But when you go to achievement or you go to attainment, when you're looking at achievement, star scores, this, whatever, it's, what year was last year? 24, 25. So then it's going to be the 23, 24. It lags. And that's what's so fun about CTE and ECHS and P-TECH data is I always constantly have to remind myself, okay, well, and they'll say 2 years. And then when I say it in my head, I'm like, well, that's just last year. But it's just the lagging data. And so we needed a better system to track it, right? Spreadsheets upon spreadsheets upon spreadsheets. I'm not anything against it, Loretta. I'm not against spreadsheets. I love you. However, I can tell you that there can be a lot of human error with that at times, right? So I partnered up with CareerCraft with the CTE and CCMR last year. They have now an ECHS and P-TECH component. And so we kind of, whatever's in Skyward talks to CareerCraft. And so we can look at that. And so then I can compare. So when Loretta, et cetera, sends me data reports, I can go back and compare it to CareerCraft, because if there's an error on CareerCraft, that means there's an error somewhere in Skyward. So it's these checks and balances that we're starting to do now to be able to find things that we just didn't see before, or quite frankly, know before. You know, so as we're learning on how to code these things correctly, I can make sure that the data is more accurate. I don't know, I'm trying to just figure out how to, it's been an interesting journey on learning all things PEMS. But there's still so much to get to that. So I don't want to say like all this data is bad data. I just think that there's things that we're going in and we're realizing, oops, that one was a mistake. Now we have to clean that up. And then let's make sure we're not doing the same mistake again, you know, if that makes
I
sense.
think the big indicator is if we know that this is not our population, that's like, if we know it's higher than 35% at risk, right? It's probably.
Well, and remember, these are only the students, when we're looking at this, it's only the ECHS students. So you're not talking about the district wide. You're talking about the students who are just identified as ECHS.
So, I mean, I still think that it would be higher than that. That's just my opinion.
Yes, no, I do too. I'm not
I think it would be
disagreeing.
higher.
I just don't want us to think that we're looking at all students in ninth
No,
grade
I
as at risk. It is just looking at this smaller population, 267, even though the denominator can be the district wide.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I just think that's like our proof is sometimes you look at our community, you see our population, and does this represent it? And I know you're fixing a lot of things, but it's just those numbers. I'm like, we're definitely at risk. We're definitely economically disadvantaged. I mean, that's we've got it. We should meet those, but hopefully with the cleaning up of everything, we'll be able to meet those.
And tracking it better, like,
Yes.
and understanding even some of the reports that have been given to us, looking at those and reviewing those, and what does this mean? And what does that mean? And where did that come from? Those have been the learning journeys that we've been on.
And I have one more question.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Laura.
Go for it.
So the other question has to do, where did I lose it? When you're meeting with the different campuses, do you ever give the student the opportunity to, I can't find it, here it is, the CCMR alignment. In middle school, you give them the opportunity to express themselves on what they may want introduced. As a program of study, do you ever take surveys with them to?
That's that career inventory that I was talking about. And so that's in the 7th grade career explorations piece. So that's a course that they're taking, but the inventory is in there. And then the course explores a bunch of different things. And so when they go and then sit with, whether it's the middle school counselors or the high school counselors, especially when they're looking at courses, they can view what programs we do have. We can have those conversations in regards to, I mean, because we obviously don't offer every single program that State of Texas does, but how can we then gear the student into, like, I think of one of the counselors was talking to me about, she has a son who wants to be an engineer. So he decided that he wanted to go into the welding piece because that'll give him some strong foundation in regards to building blueprints, this, that, whatever. So those are the conversations that it can spark that. But yes, we do try to look at that.
So, and what I'm asking is, we went to a conference a while back, and I remembered at this grade, what they do is they allow the kids to give feedback on what they would want. And what I think what you're explaining to me is that it's an inventory of their personal strengths. But what I'm saying is do we give them ever an opportunity to express, I would like a program to be implemented, to give the students a voice maybe, and maybe what they might be looking forward to in the coming years? Do we ever give them that opportunity, and might we consider it, is what I'm trying to get at.
So something as formal as that, it's all linked, okay? But could we do something a little more formal to where they're filling something out? Yes, we could. Again, it's kind of embedded in that particular, I was going to call it a program because I'm sorry, my CTE brain sticks out. But it's the class. Thank you. The course, the career explorations is that piece. But is there a formal, do we sit down and go, oh, by the way, these are the programs we have. What would you like to see enter into it? Some of those conversations happen. Do I have a formal piece of paper with that? Probably not.
I just thought it was really neat at one of the presentations that they actually did that with the students, and it gave them a voice, and it also it grew the program. Right? It actually, it was a small school, but everybody in that district was in college readiness program or whatever. They were going into it because they were taking the programs that they were interested in and implementing them. And so they were just funneling them, and it really increased the credits. And so,
and I'll look for, I can tell you the biggest struggle, that one of the things that we have is communication. And what I mean by that is, like, we had a stakeholder meeting and a couple people showed up. And so we're really trying to figure out innovative ways that we can get information out there to have more of those conversations, not just with students, but with parents, with the community, et cetera. Because when you hear CCMR, most people don't even understand what CCMR stands for, much less ECHS plus TV Tech and all the, the acronyms that we have. But also what's available to a child, what programs that we have, what does that mean for the student, where do we have dual credit, et cetera. I'm just finding that that information is not well known. So we've been sitting as a committee trying to really figure out different ways. Like we have our first event coming up on November 13th that we're trying to think a little bit outside the box. We've thought about QR codes at football games because people show up to those, right? Like what can we do to provide more opportunities to get information out there to pique interests so that we can have more of those conversations. So I agree with you. Oh yeah, we've talked about restroom QR codes and this, that, whatever. Again, going where they are, whatever, because I just think that there's not as a robust understanding that I would like for it to have, and the excitement, right? Like, I just feel like that's a missing piece. And so we've been working on ways that we could possibly increase that, which is part of the reason why we want to go to the campuses. We want the kids to come here because the kids get interest, right? Parents start getting more interested. So we're really having some conversations about how we can increase the awareness, increase the understanding of what is available for students. I think it's a big, huge piece.
I have a quick question. So I know back when I was at school, like we would meet with our counselor, they would evaluate you, we would sit down with your parent, and it was a more formal setting. Is that not happening?
It does.
Okay, so at that point, are we not introducing and explaining to the child, the parent, like, these are opportunities that you could, get?
I would say yes, that they're still having those opportunities. But like if you take me, for instance, Miss Graver teases me all the time. I'm a visual person, massive style, right? Like you can talk to me all day long, but until I see something, draw me a picture. So I think that those are things that we're working on too, because you can sit and have a conversation. You might be able to see a few things, but I want handbooks out there. I want pamphlets out there. I want things like that that people can take home. I want more things on our website, et cetera, because I don't think it sticks. No, I don't think so.
I told him, hey, they have all these college courses, they have all these like technical skills, and he was like, what? And
Yes.
he's a senior and he's
Yeah.
never heard. And I'm just like, it's kind of sad to have that feedback. And I know that, maybe that's not happening. And I think that would be very beneficial. And at that meeting, have those different pamphlets and those handouts, like you're saying. And that way parents can go back and you follow up and say, okay, what do you want to do? We don't want you graduating, not having a career or a skill or a path. We don't want you ending up at wherever,
Yes, but I'm finding it even at the campus, not everybody even at the campus level truly understands CCMR to the level that I would like them to, because it shouldn't be just counselors that can have those conversations. They should be able to talk to their teachers, and their teachers should be able to explain what programs we have, this, that, whatever, because those are the ones they're with all the time.
Yeah.
So that's that massive movement I'm trying to just
But
kickstart,
teachers are
but
very
yes.
focused on their curriculum, and they've already got like a ton on. their
Yes,
plate.
but what I'm talking about is, when I would build relationships with my teachers, and so sometimes I would ask them questions. I just want the teachers to be able to speak to it.
Right, yeah.
Just like the counselors should be
you
able
should
to.
have that.
Absolutely, because I think it's
Yes.
everybody.
What I'm saying is maybe in a more formal setting so that
Mhm.
it becomes more of a like, this is a possibility for a career. This is a possibility of like,
Yes.
this is how you're gonna earn a living.
Mhm.
Because at some point we do have to have those serious conversations when they, when they're growing up. And so I think that if it's not happening at home, then maybe that would be a good opportunity to put that out there and say, look, these are things that you could do.
Absolutely.
I agree. I mean, maybe even like taking a core class, all the English courses, and having the counselor present every English course in middle school. And then you cover everybody. I don't even know if that's possible, but I'm just a suggestion to cut, you start speaking about it, that it's just the language. It just has to be the language that's spoken all the time. And so everybody just hears it and just, you can go to college, you can do this, or you can do this welding program and
Mhm.
introducing that to them. I know there is a lot in welding and I know there is a lot, they're in the program. I know there is a lot of people in the program, but I think that we could even have more. And it seems like the state is focusing their funding on that. They're more interested in that. Oh my gosh, there's a bug here. I killed it.
I saw her flying around. I got a little distracted too. I was like, I'm not listening. Yes.
So, anyway.
No, I
Instead-
agree with you. And that's what we've recognized that and we want to continue to build opportunities to get that information out and to educate everyone on what the possibilities are. And so we're continuing to work on that. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Take a moment right quick, Stories. Menchaca, Ms. Perez, thank you so much for the presentation. I know it's a whole lot of work, but the knowledge that you have, they can just spit out information. It's impressive and it's 10 o'clock and I truly appreciate you guys for being here this late. Everybody,
Thank
but
you.
especially we have to sit here and present because it takes a lot of momentum, energy. And of course, you're gonna get questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, trustees, we are going to move domain 2, B, domain 3, C, BA, CA, item 6, A, consider approval of library materials. Item 8, A, consider approval of a letter of support from the board for the proposed Centro de Los Angeles Multi-Service Community Center. We're going to move those items to our regular November board meeting. Okay. So,
I don't know if I can request this now, but for the what is it? Sorry. The agreement, wait. What did you just say it? The Los Angeles Multi-Service Community Center. I would like to find out more research about that. The Parks and Recreation.
we're gonna move that to November.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just
but you want
asking-
more information?
Yes, yes. Before the meeting, if we can have that, add that to there where we have an understanding and if also, if our legal counsel will also give us some advice on what that looks like. If we even have,
I think we meant to ask you.
I know I meant to ask, but I forgot, so.
Okay.
But I'd like to add that. And then, so you moving the library thing too?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and I did have questions about that if, and I couldn't research it, but I would like to make sure that everything that's being approved to us is state eligible, that it's following all the new state guidelines for that. So I just want to make sure.
So moving forward will be domain 4, alignment of financial well-being with student achievement. Item A, item of information on delinquent taxes. And thank you for staying.
Good evening. I'm Carlos Arce. I'm a partner with Purdue Brandon. Let's see here. Can't see that very well from here. Got a printout copy. So the first page, once you get on, well, page 2, in terms of tax year collection rates, you'll see in there, I identify the levy or the original levy based off the October 2023 year-to-date recap report for 2023, and then I move on to the remaining balance. Before I get into it a little bit more, I know I have familiar faces, some newer ones. So our firm collects the delinquent property taxes that become due. Delinquent taxes for 2025, those are all already out. Those become delinquent end of January, fall delinquent February 1st. a mass mailing is done that we partner with the appraisal district on in May to notify everyone who still has a remaining balance. Hey, you have an outstanding balance due. And then it also notifies them that if they don't take care of that remaining balance, that July 1st, there's an additional late fee penalty that's added. And that's where that's how we are compensated. So the idea of it is that the district receives it still 100% of the base plus P&I that it was due to it. However, we're incentivized to make sure that the district's portion is collected, as we only receive our portion if we collect the district's portion. So that's generally how it's structured. And we look at that as a year-to-year basis. So 2024 was just turned over to us in July. And so just to get back to 2023 tax year, the collection rate there currently based off of the levy for that year, we're at 98.07% collected. This is base tax only. For 2024, that is now at a 96.51%. So what have we looked at and done since January? We've resolved 960 accounts for a base tax total of almost 540,000. So next page. So this will go over the status codes. These status codes are going to these are for all years. So your oldest year on your roll is 96 right now. And so real property taxes, they can stay on the roll for 20 years before they become eligible for deletion. So we coordinate with the appraisal district every year around May, June cycle to go ahead and review to see if accounts need to remain on there, and we secure those liens further out from that process, or if they remain as part of the purge and are ultimately purged. So that's why you see 96 on there. And so we're constantly reviewing that every year. Generally, the way our collection works is the most current stuff that gets turned over. So 2024 in this particular instance, we begin collecting that and focus on that primarily through the end of the year, calendar year. Then in January, we will switch over to an all years perspective. We'll go top down. And then again, that dovetails into that May, June, when we look at before the now next turnover that happens again, because we're just constantly getting turnover on a yearly basis. Before we get that we look at the purge. So each of those is intentional. There's a good system. We work in tandem with the appraisal district on those. We're reporting to them every other month, just given a basis of where all the entities are at in terms of collections. And so as part of our in-house, what we're doing is we have our collection specialist team. They're looking at it. They're the first ones to interface with your taxpayers that are delinquent on their property taxes. They meet them where they're at, talk to them, see what options they have available to them. They speak English and Spanish, and just generally address any questions, or sometimes if there have been issues in a lot of back and forth with the appraisal district and trying to remedy and rectify any issues, those are also opportunities where we kind of become an intermediary. In those instances, sometimes we find things and we partner with the appraisal district that ultimately get the accounts supplemented. And maybe we don't see a fee from that, but the accounts ultimately resolve for the customer, for the taxpayer, in terms of, again, remediating some of the issues that were lingering that eventually caught on and got us involved. So for the status codes, again, this is all years, and this is going to extend all the way down to 1,400 in base tax due for all years. So for everything, all years, and every account that has a balance of $1,400 or more is reflected on here. So you have 123 accounts we've tagged as uncollectible. That's $35,392.37 in base tax. You have 151,179 in deferral. That's 79 accounts. Deferral means we pause. We can't move on those accounts by law. Bankruptcy, those have an automatic stay. We can't proceed on those. There's 5 accounts for those at the 6,400 mark. Struck off properties. Those are properties that have gone through the entire collection and the entire foreclosure process. Ultimately, there was no bidder to take on the property to satisfy the amounts. So those stay on strike off status. In other words, trust status. There are 3 accounts for those. One that we hope to partner with you all soon, as we've been able to get an interested bidder for one of them. And so that's about 4,850 in base tax due for that category. We have 426 accounts that are in suit status only. So there's going to be some bleed over. I decided to strike that, just focus on, because otherwise there'd be sort of accounts that are in multiple buckets here. So these are suit only status that aren't also have like a deferral or something of that nature. That's 426 accounts that we're pushing through in litigation. That's 635,144 in base tax only. CAD hold title issues is a general, like, okay, there's problems with these accounts that we need to partner with the appraisal district on. There's 63 accounts, 23,840 in base tax. We're prepping an additional 18 accounts for suit and finalizing that process. Basically, that means it's already gone through all the collection deadlines, all the coordination with all of that, as well as title research. From the title research, identifying additional parties and lien holders that might have an interest in the property, going through and notifying them, and then ultimately putting together the suit prep packet for the attorneys to confirm initiation of suit. That's 18 accounts at 36,600. So the total, that's 794 accounts, okay? A little over $956,000 in base tax that, there's basically at $1,400 and up in base tax for all years. If it's not already in litigation, here's your reason why. So everything is getting looked at. Additionally, there's the call center. They're finalizing the non-litigation collection program for 24 accounts totaling $34,809.12. Okay, yes, it's on there. Okay, so next one, this remaining, so if I want to now take you from 1,400 down to 1,000 in base tax due, that's another 74 accounts. So we're finalizing for those 74 accounts, basically with the collection specialists to get those either, again, to same thing here, where at the end of the day, if they're not in suit, there's going to be a reason for it, either bankruptcy deferral, something of that nature. If it's on a payment contract, it'll be on there. So that's generally where we're at. Taking all that together, if you look at all years, 61.44%, that's over 1,200 of your accounts actually have a remaining balance due of $500 or less in base tax. So that's letting you know that we've gone down the road tremendously. The majority of your accounts at this point are under 500 in base tax due. Okay. So for 2024, this is just, we like to run this particular report. It's going to give dollar range buckets. It gives it how many property accounts are in each of those buckets, the percentage of those accounts that reflects. And now it looks, and then the other way it looks at it is base tax amount and then percentage of those dollar totals. The reason why I'm showing you this is this just instructs us in terms of letting us know, okay, where do we need to focus? Where do we need to hunt to make sure that we bring back as much money that was on the table back to the district? So the middle meat is where you're at. So that's 250 to 2,500 is where most of your dollars are. And so, that of course we're going to work top down, but we know as we work that is instructive to us in terms of sort of how we focus and look at things. We don't only look at things top down. We make those augmentations there. Sometimes we see that, like I was mentioning to y'all have a significant, if you switch from 2024 now, switch to an all years outlook, you'll have a lot of accounts that are under 500 or less. How do you collect those? In theory, you could file a lawsuit. Generally outside of this world, district courts frown upon if you're going to file an amount of controversy of less than $500. So there are mechanisms of we monitor basically in February. We see, okay, hey, has a new year been added? Now is this up higher up in the threshold? And that gets picked up in the all year review. That's the reason why we switched to an all year review as well in January through the remainder of the year before the new fresh turnover. Additionally, we're looking at key time periods to send out particular campaigns. So whether it be during tax return time season or bonus time season, we look at, hey, when is a really good time to hit some of these lower dollar accounts, notify people when they have some extra change in their pockets to say, hey, you can get this monkey off your back. Here you go. If you happen to have some extra cash, let's work together to get that resolved. So those are other mechanisms that we'll use. Another thing is we work in tandem with code enforcement over at the city. So their group, we have a lot of communication back and forth as they identify certain problem accounts. It may not be something that is really substantive in terms of as a delinquent tax problem, but it's a community local problem because of things that are happening on the property, whether it be activity or health and safety code violations or anything like that. So they notify us when there's instances like that to sort of prioritize certain cases and push forward. And so in the instances where we can obtain that information prior to judgment, we can include that in our judgment and ultimate foreclosure. If it's not identified in time for the judgment, but ultimately we do become aware of it, we do include disclaimers within our foreclosure sales and identify that to bidders so that they're aware that, hey, there's some additional code enforcement stuff that will need be taken care of. Since the city did go in and make sure to do a cleanup and board the property or whatever it be for, whether it be for security or safety or health issues. Okay, dockets and sales. So we've had 5 sales so far this year. We had 3 in Uvalde, 2 in Zavala regarding accounts in Batesville. And so that we've had 16 tax dockets this year. Each of those, a lot of those each of those dockets have multiple tax suits in them, and each of those tax suits have oftentimes multiple accounts in them. So it's quite a bit. Just to give you an idea. Ben Trotter's one of the other attorney that manages the account with me. He was here this morning in a docket with Judge Kimball. They went over 67 lawsuits. So quite a few lawsuits that we have at our tax dockets that we're coordinating with. Additionally, I know that there were quite a few accounts that I mentioned to you previously, 426 or so accounts that are in litigation. What happens is in coordination with Judge Kimball's office, once a case hits 8 months, it enters into a review cycle. So we're constantly providing updates to the court in terms of what's going on with the respective case. It keeps things lean, clean, and everybody's aware of what's going on. So it's quite an effort to stay on top of it, but we're all coordinating with one another, whether it be, all across the board. We work a lot with the sheriff's office through this process. We work a lot with the district clerk's office in this process. And of course, Judge Kimball's office as well. It's a lot of teamwork. I have with me, or in my office, we have not only Ben Trotter as an additional attorney that's working the account with me, but as well, we have front end specialists for the litigation, essentially court coordinators who are helping facilitate dockets, and then sale leads that are coordinating and making sure everything is going smoothly with the sale. On top of course, the collection specialists and the title department and everybody else who's part of making sure that, we're getting those numbers like what you were seeing on the first slide for your collections. As aside from that, just in terms of just added value things, additional things that we're doing, we do provide a truth in taxation seminar yearly. It's typically early July. That is a seminar that a variety of entities, individuals who are part of setting the tax rates across multiple entities here in Uvalde attend. We hold that in San Antonio. And it's free continuing education hours for those officials that are have certain certifications that are applicable towards. Additionally, we coordinate a reporting program for TDHCA that's manufactured housing. That effectively makes it more so that we can make sure to stay on top of and keep manufactured housing collectible, because manufactured housing is one of the hardest things to collect. I'll go out there with the appraiser and I'll get my shoes muddy. I'll get out there, talk to the people, try to run away from the dogs. Where I'm out there, and because the thing is that you really like, a lot of times people are afraid to either go to court because there's a bailiff there or whatever it might be. So we go out, we meet the people, we talk to them, we figure out situations too. And that's just part of the gig. Something that I enjoy doing. And so that's one other thing that we're doing. We as well, FAA lien filings. That's just something that, there's an active airport. So we just make sure sometimes we partner with some of our other offices because these planes end up in other jurisdictions across the state. More successfully, more recently, we were successful in collecting a large account of a Cessna that was wrapped up in a bankruptcy. So that's just, that was done because we did a gratuitous FAA lien filing because it gets picked up by other agencies. And even though we have a secure lien, when the trustee sees the FAA lien filing, he's in a better position to identify that, okay, there's an additional lien to take care of here. So that, again, is something that we do. There's fees associated with those filings. Those are fees that we absorb just to, again, make sure that, that we increase the collectability of the respective lien. Otherwise, we're generally available for legal counsel when it comes to any issues or questions that y'all have regarding your tax rates. We have a lot of experts in that particular field. So if y'all ever have any questions or anything like that, I just pose that in there, just threw that in there just in case you happen to. We're always a resource for you all. We're not going to charge you for the time for it. If you happen to have any questions, please feel free to ask. And then lastly, we're also managing your trust sale program. So again, thankfully, y'all don't have a ton of stuff that's out in trust, but are things that to keep an eye on just to make sure that, again, once property is struck off, our goal is to try to get it back on the roll as quickly as possible. And so it's just trying to find that right buyer for the right property who's going to take care of it and put it back on the roll. So that's it. I don't know if anybody has any questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
For waiting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll move on to item number 7. Item of Division of Business and Finance. Letter A, consider approval of entering into a lease with El Progreso Memorial Library for use of space at the Benson Educational Complex.
Thank you, President Pettis. So this falls under our board goal from Domain 4, alignment of financial well-being with student achievement. The district has been talking to El Progreso Memorial Library about a potential lease of facilities while the current library undergoes renovation and construction. After several discussions about current facility availability within the district and cost, it was decided to move forward with preparing a lease. El Progreso Memorial Library would like to lease the west building along with the cafeteria, outside space to include the pavilion and playground to operate the library for possibly the next 18 to 24 months. The lease revenue is expected to cover the cost of utilities, internet, and custodial services. We are still in negotiations, so what we're asking the board tonight to do is to approve the superintendent to complete negotiations and sign the lease with El Progreso Library for them to lease it's on this campus, the newer portion of the building to include the cafeteria, the pavilion, and the outdoor spaces. When we finalize the lease, they would like to move in November 1st. So we would have to finalize the lease in the next week, which is what we're working toward. But I'm asking the board to approve the superintendent to continue negotiations on the lease with El Progreso Memorial Library and then execute the lease.
So it's only gonna cover basically the expenses, but no extra money, just
Well,
custodian.
it's a cost savings, that's correct, but it is a cost savings because we would have to be paying the custodial team, we would have to be paying the electric, we would have to be paying water, things like that. So it would be, it's a cost savings to us, basically. So we don't make money on it, but we'll save money on it,
They're paying our bills.
basically.
So then we would leave that part of the gate open, like we would be responsible for maintaining the.
There is they would have to buzz people in. Now, the daycare center, the pre-K 3 and wraparound daycare services, they're behind locked gates. So that is a completely separate portion to where people coming in and out would not have access to that. There are gates. We are looking at moving DAEP to the Flores campus. So that would mean that we would not have students in this building, in addition to ACE. So the ACE group, the Boys and Girls Club, and DAEP would most likely, we're talking about moving them to Flores. So basically the only thing that would be on this campus would be the El Progreso library group, and then our pre-K 3 daycare group, and they would be separated.
Wouldn't we have to pay? I mean, I thought we were shutting down Florida's. So if we move people over there, we're gonna having to pay there too.
So Florida's, there's nowhere else where we all fit. When we look at everything programmatically and we look at staffing, we don't have a space besides Florida's where we all fit. So we would be able to shut down West Garden. We could shut down the maintenance department and move them back and open up the Getty property next to central office. But there's nowhere across the district besides Florida's where we have enough training facilities, where we have enough office space and enough to house our partner programs. Florida's is the spot. We looked at options.
What about here? They don't fit here?
We don't fit here.
So what is the square footage that we're talking about here in this lease? And what is the amount that we're charging for square footage? I mean, I guess because you're talking about the cafeteria, that's a lot of square footage. I don't think that that's comparable at 5,500. They're basically having access to this whole place.
Right. And it's El Progreso Library. It was already more than they had planned on spending in another smaller facility, far more. And so as a benefit to the community and a benefit to the district, we figured out what our costs would be, and that's what we landed on. It's about 14,000 square foot, Pam. Is that right?
It's the previous email. And we took the square footage and looked at what the cost currently, we factored in our increase kilowatt per hour. And that, I mean, buildings deteriorating, you have to keep that in consideration also. We were not doing it to make money, we were just doing it to cover our expenses.
Can't we just do a reimbursable account where they pay? We pay first and then they reimburse us for all utilities?
I don't know, that's, the square footage is very low. I mean, I know that, I don't know why they're moving in. I missed that part. Why are they moving over here?
Because they
They're
are
renovating.
renovating the library. They're
Oh.
building a whole new wing of the library. Let me see.
And the other question that I got was, would this affect the clinic here?
The clinic, we would also move to the Flores. That's the best spot for it, for them to be able to get, it's a much more there's a very conducive area for the clinic to be where people don't have to come through a fence. There's the back doors on the former 5th grade wing where people can park and walk right up to the back doors. And that's a better spot for them.
I personally would like to have more information. I think that we might, doesn't sound like a bad deal, but I think we might be estimating a low amount and we might end up losing out money. And I understand we're breaking even, which I don't know why we would do that. We should try to at least make something. But that's a very low amount and we're not even, this is square footage, 14,000, but you're talking about a whole, everything, outside space, pavilion. It's a whole block. That's very low. I think that we need more information. I don't know if we can get more information on square footage. We might be able to get that from a local realtor on what that is.
We have the square, yeah, we have the square footage. We do have the square footage. It's just not in this document. I can get y'all the square footage.
And how much you're charging for square footage? Because I missed this
We
also.
didn't, we didn't charge per square foot. We were basically covering the cost of what it would cost us to work with the library in partnership so that the kids, so that people who utilize the library
It's
would
more,
have a space.
it's more of a goodwill.
And they're paying our.
Yeah.
My question is, like if you don't, and I understand that part, they've been good to the community.
Yes, they have.
positively. But my thing is that, we had originally planned on moving things here. But if the scenario is like this, if you don't have, even if you move them, like just forget about them, you still don't have the capacity.
We don't have enough.
Enough
This campus
space.
is not big enough.
No matter what, it would stay.
So
You-
where are those people now?
They're at West Garden. They're at Oppenheimer. They are at
Who's they? Who's at West Garden?
this entire special ed department is at West Garden. CNI is at Oppenheimer. We've got the Boys and Girls Club are here. DAEP is here. And that's between the two, it isn't enough space in the, we were trying to cover costs over here with El Progreso Library, renting that out. But it isn't enough, it's just not enough space for everyone to be here.
I'm afraid we're gonna end up losing money. I mean, we are gonna lose money, even though they're gonna be here, they're gonna cover their costs, but we're gonna end up having to go take on a building that's not in great condition over there. The Florida's building is not in great condition, and that's why we left it. I mean, it has poor lighting and all kinds of issues. We've got the rodent problem there, and we're moving our people over there. This is, I think, the better facility. We're gonna put our staff more exposed. We're giving them the better building, in other words. I mean, it's just my opinion. I don't know. I just feel that we're gonna take a loss. And maybe if we can gather some more information, we might be able to make a decision on the next board meeting. If you want to gather more information, I'll make a motion that if you can provide more information to consider as far as square footage and cost per square footage and making sure what the cost is of the other flotas, what it's going to cost us there. I make a motion that we table this item until we gather more information until the next regular board meeting.
But by when do they have to be? out?
They wanted to move in November 1st.
You want to move it November?
Okay, so then
What'd you say, Ron?
Oh, as I said, instead of tabling items, we either make a motion to vote for it, or we
Correct.
make a motion to vote against it.
So I can entertain a motion at this time to approve the lease to El Progreso Memorial Library as presented, giving the superintendent the ability to continue negotiations and execute the lease.
I just have another question, sorry. So let's say like wear and tear and all that, are they gonna be responsible for putting, you know what I mean, like if there's floor issues?
Yes.
Like,
7.2, repairs of conditions, leasing party must promptly notify lessor of the damaged property needing repair. Lessor will make timely repairs, and any costs associated with the repairs will be billed to the leasee. So they would pay for repairs to the building.
and part of that calculation, the 5,500, is that also like wear and tear while they're here? I mean, it's only what did you say, 24 months? Right.
18 to 24 months, a year and a half to 2 years. And we can, I believe, with 120 days notice, so that's what, 4 months notice, we can terminate the lease with 4 months notice.
When do they start construction, shut down the library?
They wanted to be able to start moving in November 1st, but I believe they're shortly, I mean, they need time to move out, so I'm not exactly sure when they're gonna start their construction project, but I would say by January 1 or December at some point, because they need time to move out.
I know typically I would kind of push we're not making money on it, but I think it would be a good thing for the community, especially around this area, because it would bring the kids this way to come and like read and playground and, it's just.
And nothing like reading,
Right.
that's your fundamental. Did
Having
you give
access.
yourself a little buffer on the 5,500? Or was it dollar for dollar?
It's $2.54.
No, I mean, the square foot, on
I don't think.
on the estimate,
Yeah.
like your cost?
They're basing off of like electrical costs.
No, sorry. I was asking, is
think
Ms.
it's
Bentley the
just
one that
like
ran the
what-
numbers? Yeah,
Just your base.
Ms. Bentley, what?
Charging them for the utilities and the custodial staff it will take, and then paper products and cleaning supplies and things like that. So we should not take a loss on it. And then they will pay for repairs that have to be made.
I can get a motion.
I'll
I'll
make a motion. Okay. Make a motion to approve the lease to the Progreso Memorial Library as presented.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Riso, second by trustee Munoz. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item B, consider approval to enter into an interlocal agreement with Education Service Center Region 20, Texas 20 Purchasing Cooperative, and join into a resolution for the purchasing of specific commercial and or USDA commodity items. Superintendent Colas.
Thank you, President Pettis. So this falls under Domain 4, Objective 1, Board Goal, Alignment of Financial Wellbeing with Student Achievement. The interlocal agreement resolution, the Education Service Center Region, Texas 20 Purchasing Co-op will be executed for the purpose of engaging districts to share purchasing opportunities for goods and services and to exchange purchasing related services, methods, and knowledge. Authority for an interlocal agreement resolution to provide such services is granted under Texas Government Code 791 as amended. The interlocal agreement and resolution are attached for your review and approval. Joining an interlocal agreement or resolution allows the district to make purchases through their cooperative bids, which makes procurement for available goods and services much more efficient and satisfies board policy on procurement requirements. The membership cost is $0, and administration is recommending the approval to enter into an interlocal agreement or resolution with the Education Service Center Region 20, Texas 20 Purchasing Cooperative.
This is just like the other ones we're in already.
Mhm.
So if we want to use the Mont Casey one we're in, we're not tied locked to this only, right?
Right, no, we can, it's just one more that we're a member of that we can, whenever we procure things, we can utilize their purchasing cooperative.
Okay. Okay. Madam Board President, I make a motion that we enter into an interlock agreement resolution with the Education Service Center Region 20, Texas 20 Purchasing Co-op.
Second.
Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Riso. Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8B, consider approval to delete board policy CKEA local and adopt replacement policy CKE local. Superintendent Colas.
Thank you, President Pettis. So this falls under our board goal of Domain 3, positive school culture, safety, and security. The Texas 89th legislative session included a bill allowing Texas school district police departments to utilize reserve officers. UCISD would like to amend board policy to allow reserve officers to serve hours in the district. Reserve officers volunteer their time to keep their commission. All reserve officers will be trained prior to being allowed to volunteer. We believe this will allow UCISD to maximize safety and security across the district. If the board approves the new policy allowing reserve officers to serve volunteer hours for the Uvalde CISD Police Department, the police chief will begin to interview reservists and approve them as volunteers. There is no fiscal impact to the district, and the administration is recommending approval to delete board policy CKEA local and adopt the replacement policy CKE local. And the only difference between the two is that CKE local allows for reservists, which again don't cost us any money. We basically hold their commission in return for them serving 3 days a month. And those are days that we coordinate with them to be able for it to be our benefit. So if we have an officer who's planning to be out because they have doctor's appointments on a day, then we get one of the reservists to come in and cover their campus. They would have to be school-based law enforcement certified and have all the appropriate trainings. Currently, we've got some retired officers who are school-based law enforcement certified who would like to come in and do this work for us. We also have some recent graduates who we would have to get school-based law enforcement certified, and that course doesn't cost anything. They are hard to get into, but if they'll go and get their SBLE certification, then we would hold their commission, and they would be able to volunteer with us until they find other, employment, and it would give them experience. So.
The question is, because it's at the very end here, I don't understand. Do they fall under all the other roles and duties? Is it just like they're an employee of ours? I don't know if it's that clear that they follow all of the rules and regulations.
So they would have to follow all the rules and regulations of our police officer handbook, and all those expectations would be the same. But they would be volunteering with us as reservists, and we would hold their commission. So through TCOL, we would make sure that their training is up to date, and that they are spending, like I said, the 3 days a month here doing work for us. And the trade-off for them is if we're holding their commission, they're able then to work like traffic for other entities that pay pretty well. But then they have to come and volunteer for us for those 3 days, and it doesn't cost us anything. They would have to abide by our UCISD Police Department handbook and would be responsible for knowing all of our policies and procedures and would be held accountable. And obviously, they are not formal employees of ours. They're reservists and volunteers. So if there was an issue with one of them, we could cut ties, basically. We just would not ask them to come back.
And would they be expected to come in for the trainings when they had?
Yes.
They would have to come in.
They would. They would have to keep up with their training that would qualify them to remain a school-based law enforcement officer.
So like the active shooter drills, all of that, they would come in and be aware. Would they be given campuses, or in what capacity would they be? Are they limited in any way, or will they be given campuses, or what will happen with them?
So when we would mostly utilize them for sporting events, that is mostly what we would utilize them for. Now, if we had an officer who had a planned day off because they had doctor's appointments, they knew they were going to need that day off, then yes, we would get them to come and cover the campus for us. But it would mostly, what we'd be utilizing them for is after school events, because our officers work a 40-hour week and we cannot really afford overtime. And
Just any exposure to liability, like something goes wrong, and would our insurance company have to pay for it? on the
yes,
issue?
so based on the fact that we would be amending our board policy to cover us having reservists, they would be covered under our insurance policy.
So we're holding their license. Is that what we're doing?
Right, we're gonna hold their commission, correct.
So,
I'm sorry, do we have any opinions?
I'm sorry, it's not a public
Well,
comment.
that's not asking because I mean, I know we sit here and everything, I'm sorry, but y'all make the decision, and I get that, and I, because we put y'all there, but the public, if they don't agree and y'all still pass it through, that's why there's no communication and parents get so upset. I'm just trying to think of how, like, how this would work, why would it be?
Do you want me to say? No. Okay. Yeah, we can't address, really, it's not for public comment. I can't,
We do have public comment
At the beginning.
at the beginning, yeah.
And I get that, but we didn't talk about this, so then we have no say so in that. So this makes sense.
It's on the agenda.
There's- Next question that I had is background checks. I mean, I know, and I'm asking, these things are common sense sometimes, right? But want to make sure that we're transparent, you know? And then there was one other thing, you know, and it's a sensitive topic, you know, but bring it up. When the situation happened, right? And one of the commitments that we had was basically that anybody that was at that location, that they weren't gonna be basically rehired or hired or whatever.
Agreed.
And so we're still good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. So they will have full background checks, which is a pretty lengthy process for officers. And we would maintain our policy of not utilizing anyone who was there that day.
So my concern is a liability concern. I mean, there's other concerns, but I don't necessarily know we cover it all with the statement. But the big concern is they're going to carry the license through us, and that means that they can go anywhere and work. And so they have an incident that they get sued with that license, it can come back to us as a district. And so that's what would happen, and they're going to go work somewhere else, or they can go work anywhere else. And
Our officers also, though, with permission, can go work traffic or could go work.
right,
other
but we
things
don't
as
have
well.
that written in here, that it says with permission. And so, and even then we're saying that they're going to be allowed to go wherever they want. And so we are assuming a liability. I'm not against it, but the problem is the liability that I'm really concerned with. And we already have enough lawsuits, and we have so many incidents that could happen. And anyways, that is a concern to me, and I don't know, I know our legal counsel is here. I don't know if we can still ask that question, but
But couldn't we include that like in the language of a contract saying that like your employment is solely with us? Or is that something?
Or is that an insurance thing that we would have to go?
Our insurance would cover us, would cover them. And we can, in our policy, as far as the handbook policy, state that even reservists have to get anything else that they're doing for money, and as an officer, they have to get approved. So like I would not approve them to be security at a place where they're serving alcohol. Like, I would not approve that. Traffic, yes, I would probably approve a traffic gig, but I would not approve them to be working bars or working things like that. If we're holding their commission, but you could probably speak to that, David, about, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a board policy. It can be in our administrative implementation policy.
Right. So I mean, in addition to the board policy, obviously, they're under your control. And you have the background checks. Administration can propose additional, guidelines. Of course, the board can request, updates on who's being approved, updates about the process. And so those are things that you could do moving forward, to make sure that you're comfortable with the level of control that you have over individuals who are working for the district. Does that answer your question?
Voluntary, yeah.
And I think they're gonna go through the same kind of like training that our normal officers, I mean, it's just like us hiring the new chief, us hiring new police. I mean, I think, isn't that the same protocol that?
Yes, they would have to have the same training, and I mean, we could limit it to retired school-based law enforcement officers with.
Maybe somebody that's seasoned
Right.
and not
seasoned
like
officers. We could very well do that. So these are people who are credentialed in school-based law enforcement to help us with games and things like that.
I think what's important is they do ask, especially if there is a very high incident where everybody is going to assist. I think they need to ask your permission before going to do that. Especially, we're gonna expose ourselves for sure, liability wise. If say there's an incident that happens, not on campus, I'm talking about somewhere else, like in Concan or something. And I'm gonna go save it. And,
Show
Oh,
up.
you're saying like not an incident at like the school?
No,
I thought you were
not
saying
at our
they just have to
school.
ask.
But-
Feeling like they
Like
have to
it
go to
out.
help out.
Yes, because that will definitely involve in a lawsuit, especially if they don't respond well or whatever it is, or not properly trained. And if it's about our liability, then you can give them direction. Yes, you can go, but you need to just help with traffic. And that's it. Do not go in, let the people handling the situation deal with it or whatever. So, I mean, if we could put it somehow in the policy where they have to get it approved, call you up, I'm on my way, is it okay? Yes, no.
I just don't see how the insurance allows that to go on, you know what I mean? Because they're not in the daily activity of employment with the school district. So why would they, right, why would they be responsible for incidents that happen outside the work?
We hold their license.
Because we hold their.
Because
It's their license.
It's
We're
in-
vouching for them.
Right, because it's in our board policy to have reserve, retired, or off-duty peace officers come and volunteer as reservists. So that's what would make
Gets us.
that's what makes our insurance liable, or our insurance would cover them.
How did this come up? Did people approach and say, we'd like to do this and you need to help, or I know we need help, I get
We
that.
need the help, so
I get
the
that.
legislative session, this last 89th legislative session, previously, school districts could not have reserve officers. So a number of us requested that would be very helpful in school districts to be able, that have our own police forces, to be able to have reservists work for us. And so they passed the legislation so that we could have reservists come and work for us, so that we could benefit from that. Reservists work for the sheriff's department. They work in a lot of different roles in a lot of different law enforcement
So they're not
agencies.
really saying that they're retired. It's just maybe they have a day off and they want to fill the
Correct.
day.
It could also be that.
An active, like.
They could also sub.
And I think what Jacqueline was saying is, say, they're working for us that day, and then there's
They're
a
called out.
hostage
Yeah.
situation at a convenience store, and they think, well, I'm a police officer, so I'm gonna go help.
Right.
Right? Like, they need to know that
We can
they
write that in
cannot
policy.
do that.
Right. We can write it in our administrative policy that they do not have permission to,
Because as it is right now, we don't really.
Suggestion that might help
We don't really have like a backup, right? We
So
just have,
we-
like, we're staffed with officers, one officer per campus, and there's nobody to like, if one's
Right.
sick, then we don't have.
Correct.
And you're short.
That's our, that's our issue.
And I don't see the problem in
Yeah.
getting that help. The concern is that liability.
Yeah,
and-
just being
and it-
very clear.
It has it already happened.
Right.
So that's already happened here. And so it's, if we already, the main thing is that you remain in control, the superintendent, and then we have it written in the
Well, if it's
policy.
written down and they choose to do it, then it's like, hey, you
Exactly.
didn't follow,
Right,
so
they violated
we
our
we
policy.
sever
Yeah,
ties
that's
with
exactly-
like that. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is put it down in writing. The other thing, that I didn't see here, and I know we talked about it the last time, it was the wording to include MOU or something in here in the policy. Didn't we do an MOU agreement with, don't we have MOU agreements? Just.
Yes,
we do,
Right.
we do.
So, I read this and I don't see any language that specifically says like according to our MOU agreement or anything like that. I don't know. Is it included somewhere else?
It's in our administrative policy.
Oh,
So Council Donnie, do you want to add something? Well, it's kind of-
Yes, I just
Let's
wanna
try- wait,
go.
let's try to read you. So let's try to.
So I'll entertain a motion. Anybody?
Fine. Madam Board President, make a recommendation that we delete board policy CKEA local and adopt replacement policy CKE local. Base, with or changes included.
That's it.
Modification.
That
I don't know what we,
that I write into administrative policy that they cannot respond to critical incidents.
without your approval,
Without your.
Yeah,
without superintendent.
I'm not going to approve it. So I'm
It's
just,
okay. I
it's
mean, at
easier
least we
for me
have-
just to say you cannot respond to critical incidents under our commission.
Get a second.
Seconded.
Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Munoz.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item,
Sorry, let me just add one thing. So are we gonna get like notified or are we gonna be told like who's up for, higher, like higher?
yeah, it's part of
Yes.
the,
Okay, so we'll know.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, item 9, consent agenda. And legal says I do not have to name them all out, so if there's any trustee that would like to pull something from the consent agenda, item A through U.
I'm gonna pull D, A, and L.
Hey. And you.
Wait. Yes, I did.
D, A, L, and U. Okay. Item D, item of information regarding maintenance and operations.
Yes, I have a question about, I see there's an item that's on hold. I remember hearing about this. I don't even know from who, but I'll read what it says here. Walk-in cooler freezer for Dalton, walk-in cooler for UDLA on hold. 156,000. I don't know why I thought we had spoken at one time that was approved.
No, I believe
Something, I
because
can't
we
remember.
did not make changes to stipends, we ended up short, right, for the coolers?
No, comes out of the food service. When we ended up maintaining the 275 and then adding an additional quarter per hour, then therefore I can't afford the freezers and coolers.
Oh, it's their pay, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I was, I couldn't remember, but I saw it on there and I said, what did we do with that? But
Yeah,
okay.
so maybe we can do that at a later time, but the board did approve the vendor and everything, but
Okay.
we could not move forward.
I was thinking of something else.
You're kind of close.
I was on cooler. Item K, item of information on student attendance.
Okay, My question, I don't think we've ever seen this data before. Not that ever, we've seen it the last couple board meetings, but my question is on, we're seeing enrollment numbers. Is funding being changed to enrollment numbers?
Funding is always on enrollment numbers.
I thought it was attendance.
It is, well, yes, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, so
But
you're
I
getting,
know there
yes,
was
it's
talk
on.
the state
Okay,
about-
okay,
It's like-
correct. Funding is on attendance percentage of our enrollment.
Enrollment,
numbers.
yes, okay.
Right, but we are giving you additional information now about enrollment and then what our attendance then looks like based on our enrollment, what percentage. So
Okay.
we've been tracking our enrollment so that y'all can see it. And we've been reporting the percentage of attendance. But yes, we get paid on ADA, on
Okay.
average daily attendance.
That's what I was like, are we being paid on enrollment now
No.
and we don't know it
Sorry.
or what's happening? And so I knew this was kind of new data and I just wasn't sure how much I had to decipher through all of this information, but um is enrollment pretty steady or how do people get off of this list? Do they have to withdraw?
Right, so.
And there's people that withdraw?
Absolutely. So we have migrant farm workers, we have people that decide to move to San Antonio or people that move out of state or people like the whole, well, unfortunately,
The what? Say that.
People get divorced.
Oh.
Move on.
I didn't
yeah,
hear.
so people are, I mean, we have a pretty high mobility rate in Uvalde.
Mhm.
So our numbers are gonna continuously fluctuate.
Okay.
And so we monitor it throughout the year. And so that's just another piece we thought of information that we would start providing y'all.
Okay.
Since we do monitor it as well.
Okay.
So, and then of course, the average daily attendance, percentage of attendance is the percentage that are here any given day.
Have we had to get close to going to court, doing some court with anybody yet?
We have one family that is being taken to court. We're in the process of that right now. So yes, we are.
Okay, good. Hopefully we can get them the help they need.
I hope we get their kiddos in school. That's the whole goal. It's not a punitive thing. It's a matter of getting them the help they need for their kids to be here every day.
Item L, item of information on student discipline.
So my question is about the assault cases. I know we've had some incidents at Morales and the high school. And I thought we had one, what is here on this campus? DAP. So then if I remember correctly, DAP incidents get classified into the original campus. So that's why we have one and two here. What is, I know these have been pretty loud, the incidents, and kind of concerning because it feels like our teachers are getting injured. And so I'm wondering, what have we done to try to safeguard our teachers? You know, what strategies are we implementing to help them in certain incidents when there's fighting in the classroom or assaults happening?
So this past Friday, we presented to teachers sort of the anatomy of a student fight, when to get involved, when not to get involved, how to de-escalation techniques. So we did that training with teachers. Ms. Graber, which campus is it? Was it all secondary? Okay. Okay, so we've done it at Morales and we're waiting on the sign-in sheet for the high school, but right now we've pushed that into secondary so that they start to understand, when is the best time to break up a fight, when they should not, when they should just call for help, to get an officer there. So we are training our staff better about how to respond and when to call for help and when not to jump in the middle of it. And
So they can call for officers to go help? Is this-
Absolutely. I
okay.
mean, they really should be calling for an administrator, but generally speaking, the officer should be trailing, like should be with the administrator responding so that we can get it under control.
Is that using the strategic badge for
Mhm.
that? So is it 2 clicks for that?
It'd be
Three?
3 clicks.
I thought 3 clicks would shut down the school. or
No,
whatever.
lockdown is 8 clicks.
Whoa.
Like you just keep pressing it.
Oh,
You
wow.
keep pressing it. It's I need help. So if it's just that you need help, it's 1, 2, 3, I need help. That's how we're training teachers to remember and staff members to remember, I need help, 1, 2, 3. And then we've told them that if it's code red and it's a lockdown situation, that they just keep pressing it.
Hmm.
Because that sends Uvalde PD, it sends, the officers, it sends all of the administration, it puts everybody else in the campus on a lockdown.
So there's only 2 different signals on there. It's I need help
Yep.
and then lockdown.
Right, because once the administrators respond to I need help, 1, 2, 3, the administrator determines on their phone, do they need to put the campus in a hold? Do they need to put the campus on secure the perimeter? Do they need to do a shelter in place? Like they make the decision of what exactly response, standard response protocol they need to enact.
And I know we talked about this a little bit in the back. It was about that new law that is going into effect where a teacher can expel them from the classroom and make, I think, rules on how they can allow them back in, especially after incidents like this, right? So
By committee,
By-
there's
so-
a committee.
and what I remember was that it had to be based on the teacher. The teacher was the one that held that power so that they made the stipulations on how that child's going to be allowed back in. So in these situations where we're hearing teachers are being assaulted, have we informed parents, first of all, that this is going to happen if their child does not stay within these boundaries? It's a brand new law. So it went into effect September 1st. Is that when?
Right.
And so I think we need to notify the parents that this is possible and that they need to maintain their children, because if they assault the teacher, they can be expelled indefinitely until the teacher allows them back in, based on the teacher.
And what we would do is we would put supports in and we may have to change classes, change teachers. Because they can't expel them. They couldn't necessarily expel them from the campus. They could say, I'm not going to accept this child in my class.
Well, what I understood is that they could expel them, but that was a training that we went through with the
Not
Region
from
20.
campus,
But
just their class.
I mean,
They
I'd
can
like to
say, I'm
find
not
out.
taking this
I
kid
don't know
back.
if you can give us more details on that.
Go ahead.
So yeah, under the new law, it allows a teacher that has an issue to have the student removed from the class. And at that point, a plan is put together, hopefully to return the student back to the class. And one thing the law does is says the teacher needs to approve that plan. If the teacher doesn't approve the plan, but for some reason the student still needs to be returned to the class to make sure the student gets an education, that there is a review committee that can review the plan. So that, if the review committee reviews that plan and determines that that addresses the issue, then the student can still be returned to the classroom.
Correct.
Assuming there's not some other solution, a different classroom, for example, the student could be returned to.
And I guess the big concern I have is the students that are serial assaulters, where they're injuring teachers, and we need to set a standard for the teachers so that not only the teacher, but everyone feels safer in that classroom. Because the issue is that if this teacher is being assaulted by the student, then what will stop them from hurting other kids? And what if they get a weapon, a pencil, and stab them? And then we've got to have a plan to be able to say, you can't come in until this behavior is addressed. And this, and this needs to happen.
So depending on the students, obviously because there's a difference too between special ed kids and regular ed kids. So at the point that if it's a regular ed student, we can absolutely send the child to DAP. We can do a number of things with that child, and we would. It's many times it may be a student who receives special ed services that is that repeat offender. And what we have to do with them is really work on their behavior improvement or their behavior improvement plan or behavior intervention plan. And if there's a link with their behavior to their qualifying indicator for special ed, so a student who might be emotionally disturbed, and we can link their behavior to their qualifying disability, then it makes it much more difficult for us to do those things. So then we have to go back to the BIP, we have to go back to meetings, and we have to really dial down on the supports that we're providing that student. So it depends on the student. It's very individualized. So a regular ed student, we have all of our discipline, options on the table. Special ed student, we have them on the table, but if there's a link to their disability, if their behavior is linked to their disability, some of those come off the table. So what he talked about in the process where there's a committee, or the teacher says, these are the stipulations, or the administration puts together stipulations, say it's a behavior improvement plan or intervention plan. And the teacher says, no, I still don't want this kid back. And trust me, we would be trying to look for a right fit for that student, or we would go to ARD and maybe put them in a more restrictive environment if they're not being successful, possibly, depending. Then what we could do is we would have that committee, and the committee would decide, is this an appropriate plan? And then the child would have to go back. So it kind of just depends on the student as to how we work it.
I think it's a change in the law to try to enforce, corrected behavior. I mean, they're trying to give the teacher more power in the classroom and to manage their classroom by that power. And I think that definitely we need to convey that message about the law that's changed and what could potentially happen. And if all of that happens and say the teacher files assault charges on that child, it's a whole other ballgame too.
Right,
So,
absolutely it is.
and I think they technically could do that because
they can.
At this point, if a teacher is putting themselves at risk, there's just too many ways that a child could hurt. They could pick up a chair and throw it at them and throw it at other people. And so anyways, the fact that we have had assault, and I know someone mentioned, and I know Laura might laugh at this, but somebody said they've seen a lot of UCISD employees at the hospital. And I'm like, well, I don't know if they should have said that, but anyways, but the concern is that we have people being injured.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that we take care of our teachers, and these assaults that are happening, it could happen to anybody. It really could.
Yes.
But I know that we've talked about it before. There's campuses that have that student that is just known to be abusive. And what are we doing to try to address that is the big question. So.
I'm so sorry. I know it's speaking that there's no point in saying that there's this will have coffee because we can't really, I get that y'all let's talk at the beginning, but we don't know what it is that y'all are talking about after, or what y'all are going to get to disagree on. And I think that's where the community has worked out. That's why we can't talk to parents. That's why we can't heal, because this is what's going on. So I get an idea.
No, don't, because we can engage in conversation. Oh, about this? Okay.
I just wanted to,
Just clarify.
thank you, no, thank you, Lauren. Wanted to highlight Batesville with a big 0 for any issues, so congratulations, Ms. Gonzalez and Batesville people. Thank you.
Good job, Batesville.
Yeah, good job.
Item U, consider approval of a $10,000 donation from Motivate Our Students, Texas MOST Attendance Incentive Program.
I just want to say those trips are amazing. Like I've talked to some of the kids at schools and they have nothing but good things to say about those trips.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I would like to thank our Motivate Our Students Texas and Dr. Whitney for all of his very generous funding for this program. And Anne Marie and the two part-timers that Dr. Whitney funds to help organize these trips. And then Anne Marie spending her Saturdays doing that and some Fridays. I mean, and putting it, organizing it. I mean, and being the most amazing tour guide on those for the kids. I've witnessed her with the kids. It's never just a field trip. It is a quest for knowledge and learning. And so she leads those very well, and we appreciate her for doing that very much.
Now we feel like we need to go on those trips.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Board President, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Aye.
Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Gonzalez. Aye, yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Madam Board President, I make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it. Aye. Motion made by trustee Quinones, second by trustee Gonzalez. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The time now is 11:25. We are adjourned.